This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, it's 3 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. Will please rise with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and just as a reminder, if you're in the building, just make sure your phones are on silent, please. If you're joining us online, just make sure that your line is muted until you have the opportunity to speak if you're called on. I do see Supervisor Guy on, so I just need a motion to allow special circumstances for him to join.
So made. Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Fantastic. So Gary, what speakers do we have today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have three people. Chairman, your microphone is muted. I can scarcely hear you. Okay. Jim Wisniewski would like to talk later on when the workshop is on.
Okay, so we'll table Jim till the workshop.
And the next is Chad Rosenstein.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and fellow supervisors. My name is Chad Rosenstein, and I serve on the Homeowners Association Board as and Stony Brook as the treasurer. Today I'm here representing my own opinions and not the association, just to be clear. I am here to discuss the proposed modification to the Stony Brook Advisory Committee's resolution. It's a proposal that's been a topic of extensive discussion lately. And I first want to thank you for taking the time to consider the structure of the advisory committee and to make sure that the committee will continue to serve the needs of the CDD while ensuring compliance with the Florida statutes. My first comment is in regards to the size of the committee. The version of the resolution that is under the consideration will allow the committee to have between 5 and 7 members. For the sake of transparency, I would suggest that the supervisors set a specific number, such as 5 or 7. At last month's supervisors meeting, it sounded as if there was agreement that a 5-member committee would be adequate. And if that's the case, I think that's the size of your committee. That's what it should be. If the committee felt that a change was necessary at some point, I think it would be appropriate for them to come with justification explaining why it should be a higher number. But as for the quorum, the advisory committee, I guess they feel that having a 7-member committee will help them have a better chance of always making quorum. It was noted by a member of the advisory committee at their November meeting that it's very rare that they have less than 5 members in attendance. So if that's the case, a 5-member committee would still be adequate to make quorum, even if in the event 2 people weren't in attendance. So my second comment is in regard to the HOA board members serving on the CDD advisory committee. I feel that it's a bad idea to have even one HOA member serving on the committee. The business of our HOA and the CDD is quite intertwined with everything that the HOA coordinates with the CDD. There's roads, landscaping, gatehouse, and other things. The walking path is something that is talked about quite frequently. So all of these come up for discussion and consideration at our HOA board meetings and in front of the advisory committee. It's a conflict with the Sunshine Law. For example, at our last HOA board meeting on Monday, road maintenance was a topic of discussion. That's something that is discussed before the advisory committee. And, we've got 3 board members that sit on our HOA board and they're also on the advisory committee. And I think that is a conflict. So to get around some of the Sunshine Law conflict, it was suggested that the advisory committee could notice a meeting at the HOA clubhouse at the same time as our board meetings. And I'm really not in favor of that, as it comes with a lot of burdensome requirements, noticing, minutes, attendance. We struggle enough in our own association to have our minutes taken care of and done properly in a timely manner. And under Sunshine Law, it's just a lot more stringent. I think the easiest and the most conservative thing to do is to prohibit an HOA board member from serving on the advisory committee, but have an HOA board member be a liaison to the committee as was suggested. And then lastly, I believe in the current resolution, there's a statement that says the members are serve on the committee for 2 years. I just want to make sure that would be maintained in any resolution moving forward. And think it's important that the supervisors reappoint every 2 years, just to make that a matter of an appointment for the advisory committee members and know what their term is. And I would encourage that as this resolution is kind of being modified a little bit, that the supervisors take a look at everyone that's serving on the committee and make sure that those are the individuals you want serving on your committee, as they're to make sure that they're serving a benefit to the CDD and the governmental purpose that they're set up for. So I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and hope that we can mitigate some of these conflicts that we currently have with the Sunshine Law, and hopefully that the CDD will have some clear oversight of that committee. So thank you.
I do have one question.
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, because I did get two different informations. When Joe was at our meeting last, he did mention that during the HOA meetings, while he's not on your board, right, there is no discussion in regards to anything that it's from the committee. But then I did receive your email, which says quite contrary. So I feel like it's totally, one is saying that we don't talk about it, period. And then I have here a member of that board saying that is not true, that it is happening. So we are in violation. So
Are you talking about in the committee meeting or in the board meeting?
on the HOA board meeting, because there's a quorum of committee members at the board meeting speaking on items that it's
Are you
committee
speaking
related.
as a committee update?
There is a committee update that occurs, but quite often it turns into discussion.
Yeah, just a question, Chad. You want to prohibit advisory committee members from being on the HOA board, or is it the verse? Which were you?
The other way around. So an HOA board member, in my opinion, shouldn't be serving on the SBAC.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had it right.
You indicated you're here talking on your own behalf.
Mhm.
Do you have any following
Do I have any following?
of either the board or the HOA members?
I'm not clear on your question. I don't know.
Do they agree with you?
Oh, I haven't had any discussions with them. I'm sure that there's some do and some don't. I mean, I'm just looking at it from the perspective of conflicts. And I heard the attorneys talk at the last supervisor meeting that there could be potential conflicts. And I looked at the Florida, the Sunshine Law, and it seems pretty clear to me that there's conflicts that may exist.
I think
With your HOA, your conflicts are not as severe as the committee, because the committee is under our rules, correct?
Correct, and violations of the Sunshine Law can take the form of civil prosecutions, criminal penalties, and voiding the acts.
Because in an HOA, you can have two members get together and talk about anything they want to talk about. You have two out of five,
Mhm.
but you bring three in, now it has to be advertised and all that good stuff. But with ours, two don't even talk.
And
that
what he's
makes it
saying, right?
very-
Yeah.
And and in fact, that's what brought up the very first time I'd heard about it, was saying that, man, if you go beyond one, you got a problem.
And that's what it is. Right now you have Angela, right?
You have three.
You have three. And then I was listening, and then that's another thing, and I haven't had a chance to get back with Laura, but I was listening to one of the recordings and but you're not on that committee, that it concerned me that I guess three or more members were speaking on issues, not at a meeting, on a side meeting, on a coffee lunch.
And 3 or 4 members of the
The
advisory.
committee, yes.
Okay.
And that's inappropriate also. It's always supposed to be on the record and minutes taken.
Yeah, so there are a lot of red flags that I am concerned, and and when we're told that no conversation is taking place, and then it's like, no, it's more than just conversation, it is taking place. We're just violating Sunshine Law, and I don't think that should happen.
So we're making it twice as hard because of the two groups.
Mhm.
We're really making it complicated.
Well, I think what we tried to do was create an environment that was a compromise.
Yeah.
So our recommendation through conversation in council was to limit the board participation to 1, because 1 keeps you out of the light.
Keeps you in the line.
And it also allows for that liaison that you're talking about, someone that does have either historical knowledge or someone that can be that liaison between the committee and the board. So I think we're okay with the 1.
Well, the fact that they making one an ex officio member doesn't cut it.
No, it's not.
That doesn't do anything.
No, I think we just have just one board member.
Yeah.
An HOA board member on the
And,
committee.
and as far as the 5 to 7, I don't think we really even had much of a preference. It was more kind of leaving it up to the
Trying to follow
community
the rules.
to determine whether, they felt like they needed a group of 5 or 7. And we don't, I mean, I live in Stony Brook, but the board doesn't have any historical or in-depth knowledge of how the committee runs, participation, all that kind of stuff. So 5 to 7 for us, I don't think we even care. When it comes to how the committee is appointed, again, in these cases, we tend to let the communities kind of dictate how they run their committees. We don't have a standard. Pelican, other communities kind of manage it themselves. Now, if there are issues, if there's potential, questions or concerns around how committee members are appointed or terms, now again, it's hard enough to get people to serve on an HOA. Most time you get, a few people that do it for multiple years because they're heavily engaged, they do a good job, and so on and so forth. So I appreciate your input. I think what I'm trying to determine is there a concern above what we are aware of that would warrant us to insert our authority a little bit further past what we have, what we have stated previously. We just don't have line of sight to, are there issues that we're not aware of?
So my concern with having board members serve on, and don't get me wrong, I have appreciated the times where we do have a board member serving on the committee. I think that it does show the interest. However, and to be consistent or within the law of sunshine law, I think that even having one HOA board member involved in conversation, because there's email traffic that goes on between the 7 board members, and a lot of it has to do with, some of it has to do with the advisory committee items. That one board member would have to be left out, and a lot of times it sounds like they want to leave it as the president.
I don't think they would have to be left out. Just the information that they may be partaking in could be specifically about or in contrary to committee positions.
I think the key aspect, if I may just jump in, the key aspect is if you have say, for sake of discussion, there's one Stony Brook Association board member on the committee.
The advisory committee.
On the advisory committee. If that one board member is communicating separately with the board members of the Stony Brook Association, that's one, I think is that the scenario?
Yeah, that's fine, but a lot of times there may be discussion related to, let's say, the roads, right? And that's something that's going to come before the committee to
Right,
discuss.
but if the board members of the association are talking amongst themselves and no other committee member gets into that chain.
Other than the one.
Well,
We're okay.
Correct.
And let me just make a,
And as long as the other board members, other 6 don't say, hey, I talked to committee member so-and-so and he told me X, Y, Z, then you run into a problem. So if they're just keeping amongst themselves and their own thought, that's okay.
so in the order of influence, the board supersedes any committees as far as decision-making and approvals. So if the thought was that if there's a board member that could influence the committee decision on certain things, I could understand that, but the board supersedes committees. So committee can make a recommendation, but it doesn't mean the board would follow it. So your level of influence, if it was adversely, then there might be some concern, in my opinion.
Okay.
So,
And I'm not sure, do we know when that item will come back? 'Cause I think it was tabled until
I
the
think we're
committee
waiting.
came back with a recommendation, I think.
Yeah. Now, the one point of concern that I think we see in committees sometimes is the tenure component. Like if you have 5 and you've got 8 people that want to be a part of that committee, how do you determine, because there's no vote, you either have to wait for a vacancy or, there's no protocol on how a member, gets selected other than,
Or
The
terms.
board,
or,
well, if you read the documents, it says we appoint them.
right, well, they're
So,
appointed. What I mean is
But then
they're,
we're contradicting when we're saying that we leave it up to the committee to come to us and say, hey, we have 3 openings and those are the 3 that we think should go in, then we appoint the 3. But what if we do have more? I think all candidates should come to us, we review it, and then we appoint what we think would be best for the committee. That's the way I read it, but that's not, the way
That's not how Pelican is.
that is not, yeah.
how does Pelican do it?
We have 7. And when someone drops off, we canvass the community, candidates come before the advisory committee, and the advisory committee selects whoever the individual is they want. Sometimes it relates to a job, like Doug Zanner had the experience with the pond, so he was a natural to fill that
So-
versus.
And we just endorse.
And then we just endorsed,
Right.
and they forwarded.
So what
it
if
to
you
us.
have 7, you have a full committee, and you've got 3 people that say, hey, I'd like to be a part of the
And
committee, but
that's-
there's no vacancy.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
Then we just say you're on the list when a vacancy occurs. Pelican does. They say you're on the list, and when a vacancy occurs, you'll be considered.
See, I think that part is tricky because I remember receiving an email from a lady over there maybe 4 or 5 months ago saying, and I think that's when Angela was stepping down, that she would like to join, but then she didn't really step down. So to me, it's inconsistent. It needs to be
It's only a
clear, one
problem
way or
if
another.
there's a perceived
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, exactly. So to
You
me,
know, we
just-
don't ever hear anything from Pelican around.
yeah, so
Everybody kind of understands how it works. I mean, it's been a functioning system.
Well,
almost
I
11
think
years.
that's something that I would push to the committee to put forth recommendations, you know, to those regards.
Yeah, we
'Cause
don't
we would
wanna
much
get-
rather have,
we don't wanna
we would
get
much,
in there,
much rather have the community
Bunch of people, right,
dictate
who they
terms,
want.
conditions, and, you know, with, you know, within the community than for us to say, this is what you should do, because again, it's there for the community's benefit.
Sure.
For the HOA's benefit, more so than,
And you know your
than
people
ours.
better than us.
Yeah.
so, but we
If I can just ask
appreciate the
one
comment.
quick question. If there is one board member on the committee and then there is an update, that's okay. But if it turns into some sort of discussion, how does that work? Does that mean
In which meeting?
in our HOA board meeting, there's,
Well, the board can discuss,
correct. So there is the chairman of the Stony Brook Advisory Committee making an update to the HOA board, one of which is a member of the
Oh.
advisory committee. Can that update occur? And the HOA board member that is on our board needs to leave the room while that happens, or what?
What needs to happen in that event? Since there'll be 2 members of the Stony Brook Advisory Committee present at that meeting, that meeting needs to be noticed as the website as the committee meeting. The meeting needs to be accessible and open to the public. And minutes need to be taken of that meeting.
Has to be
Yeah.
advertised.
Just like regular Sunday meeting. It doesn't need to be in the newspaper, but posted just like a committee meeting.
So what we're talking, Doug, gonna say, both committees have to be advertised and posted.
yes.
We
In that
advertise
event,
ours.
Yes.
We advertise ours, but, so that's just that component, that additional component of noticing things, that's. just
And
a-
minutes have to be taken and recorded.
And
Of the
it will be
entire
open to
meeting,
public.
or
No,
just of
recorded
that
meaning,
part?
transcribed, typed up and provided, yeah, the entire meeting, and provided to the district for maintaining the district's file.
And does
And
that go for other members that are just in the audience, right? Residents of Stony Brook that are on the committee and they're in the audience of our
No.
HOA board meeting? It does
No.
not apply to them.
no, I mean, I think where you're
I'm talking
running,
about the meeting, I'm talking
Where
the
you-
meeting itself. No,
The whole thing.
the member of the Stony Brook Advisory Committee that appears before the HOA board, which one of the board members is on the Stony Brook Advisory Committee, that is a meeting of 2 or more members of that committee. So until the point in time when that Stony Brook Advisory Committee member who's making the presentation leaves, it's a public meeting and minutes have to be taken.
which
Is
they
that
would be
clear enough?
taken anyway, as part of the
Well,
HOA.
Well, but we'd have to
It's a
see for
separate meeting.
district minutes.
Be the district minutes.
And then they get typed up and provided.
2 separate sets of minutes.
We've never gotten minutes from the
And it
board.
would have to be
We've gotten it from the
open.
SBAC, but not
Yes.
the HOA.
As I was saying, it has to be open to the
It
public.
has to be open to public as well. So their HOA meeting, which statute 720 says it's by residents only, no tenants, no nothing. Now will have to be open to the public because they're engaging in that type of conversation.
Until the point in time the Stony Brook Advisory Committee meeting member leaves.
Yes.
Correct.
You have, I don't know.
Well,
I just-
hold on, Warren. So
ridiculous.
just so I'm clear, so if during the HOA meeting, if there is an agenda item for a committee update, and the committee member gives that update.
A
and there's
separate committee member other than the HOA board
other
member
than
who's
the
on the
HOA board
committee,
member.
then that's a meeting of 2 or more members of the committee.
Now, the way around that is if you have an update,
By the HOA
the
board member.
liaison, the board liaison would,
Yeah.
would be responsible for
Who's not-
providing that update as the,
If the board liaison is not on the
as the
committee.
sponsor of the chair.
But-
liaison.
That would simplify it.
That would
Yeah.
simplify it. But what you cannot have is, you know, if that's the case, you wouldn't have any open discussion with any other members during that meeting. It would simply be, this is an update as the the board liaison to the advisory committee. I'm providing the update.
Yep.
Um, which would probably, make it simpler, but I don't know.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
And
okay, thank you.
your son's a beast on the football team. He's
Thanks, bud.
he's really, really
Appreciate
good.
it.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Warren, did you want to,
Name,
if you wouldn't mind, just,
are you negotiating name, image, likeness already? Is that the deal?
he's the last one, so bets are being hedged.
Warren Davies from the Stony Brook Advisory Committee. Chad makes a lot of good points in the stuff that we had discussed when we redid the resolution. We started the resolution to bring it down to 7 because it'd been up to
Right.
11, we brought it down. Some of the things that we changed, for example, the 2-year limit. In reading minutes from this board over the years, this board complained about having to do that every 2 years. So we just kind of opened it up, and once you get on the board, you can stay as long as you want, or if you miss so many meetings, you go.
And let me just interrupt you real quick. A way we can get around that is we can still have 2 years, but you would just be reappointed.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I mean,
that's
I
true.
wouldn't
So-
want to take away someone that wants to invest their time and they add
Right.
value year over year over
Right.
year.
And-
Because
and-
it's hard to find volunteers, but maybe you do 2-year
And-
terms and you'd have to be reappointed by the
Right.
committee and approved by the board.
Yeah,
That's the way I would do it.
and previous boards were kind of against that. And I've read enough minutes from the board here, from some comments, and that's why we kind of did
I mean, I
that.
think
And that's not a big
it's
change.
5 minutes, in
Yeah.
one meeting every,
Yeah, and
basically once
it's-
every year to do.
A lot of times, I think it was the board, they felt the board had to keep track of it. But my feeling is, you appointed the board. Once you appoint the board, it's up to the board to maintain what they're doing. And if they have people that need to be renewed,
Yeah.
then the board or the committee takes care of it, not the
Yeah,
board.
you're-
It's the
you're co-
committee's problem to take care of. Yeah.
Again, the solution to that is you would have your committee secretary.
Yeah.
Or someone be appointed to
Oh, we can-
track terms and appointments and all that. I
And-
mean, that's very simple. I mean, we
and
don't
it
want to
has-
get, we
it
don't want to
has
get
not been-
involved in that level of detail, but.
The original resolution had the 2-year limit. And currently, only one person on the committee is less than 2 years.
Yeah.
They've never done that, and we need to do that again.
So I would I would take that back. You can do 2 years and it doesn't mean that you just have to be reappointed.
Right.
Or
right.
reconfirmed or whatever
Yeah,
you want.
and I think we've kind of got to gather that's what all has to be done, but some people, a little extra work somewhere, they don't want to do it. But again,
Yeah.
it's stuff the committee has to do and not the board. The size was discussed, 7, they've had for years, and we felt that was the best. We were concerned about, a lot of times, we do have a problem getting people to go for the board. So if we couldn't fill it, we wanted to make sure we were covered in being able to handle a 5-person board until we can get 7. Our process is in our resolution that when there's a vacancy, and we did that just recently, we advise the office here, and the office puts out a notice that there's a vacancy on the advisory committee, and those people apply. We had several people apply. We looked at them, and then we went and we're going to, but the person withdrew from quitting. So most of the stuff that Chad mentions is kind of correct. The actual doing the meeting at the meeting, I think is just so cumbersome and a waste of time. And our meetings last forever anyway, the HOA meeting, and to throw in this other meeting, it would just go on longer. And I think just giving an update is not a problem. Our problem is that we do have 3 people sitting on the committee. And I never paid much attention to it until we had the security contract come up, and 3 people on the committee already voted for it at the HOA. So they only needed 1 more vote to pass it here. And to me, that just made it not a real check and balance kind of operation. So I think that was the other, that aspect of it. And then the other aspect is 3 people from the one committee just makes it look like it's just not enough coverage. And then the meeting when we thought we were all set to go, and the attorney came in and said, hey, good program, but, and never gave the sunshine law that much effect. Since that time, I have read all that I could read on sunshine law. I read the manual and what I could stuff. And I totally agree that we should have one at most. And the way we wrote that, even with the 3, was we didn't have to have that. But if someone ran for the board or someone from the board wanted, we'd have one spot that we could handle with that person beyond that. I know in checking around on some other things, some other CDDs, it's very consistent that they don't have duplications of stuff that way. So we're having a meeting December 1st, and the resolution's on our agenda. And I think we will hopefully resolve that, because we need to get it resolved. Because I think we're operating poorly right now.
So I think if you go on our recommendation, it's, it's one board member.
Yeah.
What it's not required. I think we said you can have one board member, but it's not required. If you want to do the 2 years, just do a reappointment. You guys figure out whether it's 5 or 7. And then the one thing I would say is, and I don't know if you have to document this, maybe it's just something that you operate in, is if there is a board member on the committee, they're the ones that provide the update during the HOA board meeting. In the event you have no board member, you can have any one of the committee members do the update, and that's how you avoid all the additional work. And honestly, once, an update should really just be an update. If there's an agenda item, that's already been,
and most of
gone through the committee, it's going to be a discussion of the board anyway. So that
most of our committee members are actively involved in the community affairs. So that's why there's always 3 or 4 at a meeting or at a coffee or whatever. Do that.
Great, thanks, Warren. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on. That's the last of the agenda items. Hey, Warren, do me a favor, Warren. Will you just fill out a slip? Oh, you already did?
No,
I did not, I'm sorry.
I do have one more
And I have one on-
request.
Okay.
Robert Lewis.
Okay.
This is about the sailboat thing.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
sent
okay.
Greetings again. Our model sailboat activity, which this group authorized about 6 months ago on Sherman Lake, is doing quite well, and it's growing. Contrary to some concerns, there have been no falls, no injuries associated with this activity. So far, we've provided sailing instruction to at least a dozen children and adults. Our activity was recently featured in the Gateway Neighbors magazine, which you probably all saw. We've been primarily sailing on Sunday afternoons. We were doing Saturdays, but because of soccer traffic, we had to go over to Sunday. Our group has a wish list of 3 items. Item number 1 is to be able to have permanent placement of our buoys. Currently, I go out ahead of time and I use what's called a tossable, where I toss it out into the water. And when the activity is finished, we remove them. And the problem with that is I am not always available to be out there. So if we could get permanent buoys, that would be great. Permanent, not permanent in the sense that they cannot be removed for some reason, but permanent that I would not have to go out there each week and place the buoys. Our group will provide all the necessary materials. All we would need is someone to be able to place them. If we would be given permission to go out on a kayak or our own raft, we could certainly do that. If that's not allowable, then whoever you would designate, we would be out there to help them with the placement. I did provide each one of you with a copy of the map where we would like to have them.
I haven't seen it.
I emailed it to the board.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Today, late today?
No, it was last week.
Last week.
Can you,
Okay, number 2,
How many buoys are there on?
just 4 buoys.
And then what, just use a concrete weight?
Just use like 2 bricks, and to weigh them down, that's all they need. And the design is such that as the water level changes, the buoy, instead of drifting, the buoy just goes straight up and down on the rope. We have a weight that goes through and it goes up and down. Number 2, the water temperature is starting to get a little chilly. I'm the one that launches everybody's boats. And so I actually have to walk into the water to launch our boat. So we would like to have placement of a small launch dock so that we don't have to walk into the waters. I know that the district is strapped for money and our group is willing to subsidize part or the entire construction materials for it.
And this, this is like a floating dock or something?
Not a floating dock, but I show a picture of what the South County Park municipality put in for us in Punta Gorda. It's actually fixed
It is fixed.
into the ground, so it doesn't float. If it floats, it's unstable as people walk on it. This is a fixed structure similar to a pier that goes out into the water.
Understood.
Also, for any physically challenged individuals, as we do up in Punta Gorda, and as we've been doing here currently, we have somebody that launches the boats for those people. And number three.
One that you have a cost estimate, a ballpark of what that dock would cost?
It all depends on what the requirements are to put it in, but it would most likely be less than $500 in wood.
Thank you.
I can get an actual number for you.
Whatever they did in Punta
it's a-
Gorda, so we'd have a ballpark.
it's a
Well,
wood
the
dock.
problem we run into there is if you put a dock on the pond, it's not just for boat launch, because it's going to have to be accessible, or will be accessible to anyone that's around the pond. So we would have to make sure that it is, there's probably standards that we would need to do, but
Yes.
Okay.
just for
Get the
point of
idea.
clarification.
Okay, and lastly, it would be really great if we can get an opening to the lake from the parking lot where we're at now, that would enable us, instead of having to walk completely around the playground, we would have direct access to the pond edge. So if there's some way to get a gate put there or some other type of opening, that would really be very much appreciated.
All right.
Super.
Hey, El, just out of curiosity, if there was a gate on that side, is there additional benefit for, let's say, Mainscape or any maintenance?
No, they really don't have maintenance of it.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I'm just trying to think, is there additional added value for Mainscape to be able to get their machines back there as opposed to driving around?
Not since we put all the stone in. Yeah, we
Oh,
put a
around
lot
the-
of stuff. That pond is completely surrounded with the stone, the Armor Max and the stone. So yeah, since we put that stone in, they just go down the other side with a string trimmer, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious if it
There's
would
not
be-
even a strip wide enough for a mower.
So you're looking at putting the gate down here at this very corner?
Yes, right about. Actually, let's see.
Would
I
that
think
be-
it would be, yeah.
Would that be advantageous to the people at the,
The
Bocce.
Bocce thing?
yeah, looks like it'd be advantageous to them.
I just would like to point out one thing though. To put a dock on the pond, we will have to go to the Water Management District for a
That's what I
permit.
have.
Generally, they don't allow that in stormwater treatment ponds. Not to say that they wouldn't, I'm just saying as a general, they don't usually do it.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, remember what we just paid to have all of that put on that pond, you're gonna poke holes through it.
I think, out
Just
of the
saying,
three, to
just
me,
saying.
buoys are not a big deal. The gate, we just have to look at the cost. The dock is the most complex because there's probably standards. There could be some liability there. So we'd have to take that back, but I don't have any problem with buoys or just looking at getting cost estimates for putting a gate in there.
Gated.
I guess have some questions for Tony. So in kind of in the order that Elle had. First thing, I think it's a great idea. I like it. But between I like it and can we legally do it? So I know that if we would be able to do it, we will have to amend the permit, right? So there'll be a cost.
Yes.
It's not just the cost it will add up. So we have to
amend the permit for what?
South
Well,
Florida.
amend the permit to allow recreation because you can't do it at all. So that would be the first step before we even think about anything else. So try to get our permit, amend our permit, see the cost. If they say yes, then build the dock. The dock has to be the ADA compliance and you're gonna have to build a ramp because now you're going through the grass unless you go to the parking lot. So it's not just a dock. Now you have to build a concrete pathway to the dock. How you're gonna lock the dock and how you're gonna prevent for other usage because it can't be specifically to the sailboat. And I think the gate would be the easiest, but I think it should be in that order that we should be looking at. I think it's a great idea. I think if we could amend the permit to allow such a thing, then do it. But there are a lot of costs. And then definitely amend the our stormwater, because in here also
So
says no
before you
dock.
do, I mean,
Our staff can't do this?
build a dock.
Amend the,
The permit.
Oh.
They can do it themselves. Why are we incurring costs to do that? Staff can file that permit application. I mean, we aren't putting in a $1 million deal here. This is so simple, it's not funny. Let staff file the application.
And come back to us if there's other
Probably have
issues.
to-
Well, and
Those issues, we go
I
from
guess
there.
the question is, yeah, what kind of documents will South Florida require? Are
Right.
we gonna require more than a handwritten drawing of the dock?
Somebody's got to go over there, meet with them, find out what they've got, show them the picture, and then come back.
I
and
totally agree with it. This is
reconvene.
should be a no-brainer. for
But
any-
also,
I think it's a great idea, but I just want us to,
Right, we want to make sure we do it.
yeah.
and I think what's also important is that all users need to sign a waiver of liability. And the problem is if they're under 18, it makes it more problematic. The parent or guardian will have to sign that. Because the first thing, if somebody slips and falls in that dock, it's not like a boogeyman, but the district's going to be at risk for a claim. In addition to the ADA issues, we need to have access.
That's why we buy insurance.
Well, it doesn't know, we have a deductible and it's,
I believe you
What-
said you're
what-
working on the forms, right? On waivers or something? One of the
I've been
meetings?
working
No,
on them. I have,
I thought he was working on it.
I haven't done anything yet, because
So
this
as of
group
right now,
has
they're
to say,
using without it.
Why does it have to be ADA compliant?
it's a public
It's
facility.
a public facility.
Do what?
It's a public
public facility.
facility. Yes,
You make that ADA compliant, you're good. It's going to cost a mint, time you get done with that.
but that's the problem though, right? So
So then just take
well,
stone, and build stone out there.
Let's-
and
let's
just
But
keep-
that's
keep
not,
let's go forward with
that's
an
not ADA
estimate.
compliance.
Let's
Stone
go
does not
forward
make
with an
ADA
estimate.
compliance.
What we can do, Bob, is
Common
I-
sense.
again, I think the buoys, not a big deal.
Buoys and gate.
The fence, or the gate, not a big deal. I think when it comes to the dock, there's some things we got to look at. Are there other alternatives to giving you a launching point? And if you don't have it,
we walk in the water.
then yeah.
See, this group has to remember that at one time you were considering about at the Gateway Commons area to put a fishing pier out there. So somewhere along the line, you already had a thought mechanism in your thoughts.
We talk about a
on
lot of stuff that don't ever.
how to
get
go
done.
about doing it.
I wouldn't-
We also
I
talk
wouldn't-
about building
I
a
wouldn't
park
make-
over there.
I wouldn't make that assumption.
Yeah.
But we understand. I think what the position of the board is we're happy you guys are out there. We
Let's try
support,
it.
we
Let's
support.
see what
the-
we got to
yeah.
do.
So
Would-
let's,
Could,
okay.
could a
Let-
meeting with Al and yourself first, and then maybe the both of you schedule a meeting with Southwest Florida and it kind of,
Yeah, let's staff
I-
handle
I
this
think-
part of it. They know
yeah,
what
I think
direction.
that should be the
You
first
can
item.
take and make a channel out there, put in some type of a divider to hold a stone. Take stone out, the water will be that deep, you float it on that.
You could do that
It goes
too.
out 8 feet, big
Yeah.
deal.
Okay,
Now, with respect to the buoys, somebody from the Parks
right.
Department
So
going to
there's
do
a
it,
question.
or?
So do we have to have the permit?
For
I'm in
buoys,
the
probably
buoys.
not. I don't know about, I doubt for buoys.
let's
Not for
staff
buoys.
handle that
So-
one too.
We'll just double
L, we
check
can
them,
go
I
ahead and
doubt that.
action the buoys.
Yep.
We will get quotes on the gate,
Okay,
and then in parallel, we'll look at if we have to adjust the permit and what options we may have for a launching point.
so somebody from your department or the Parks
Or just-
Department will contact me about the buoys?
Yep.
Yeah,
Got
we'll have staff. I mean, I'd be more than happy
Our first deal is. check
Saturday
with a
to go
floor.
out there and help you
Okay,
put them in. I mean, I have no problem.
all right, just let me know. Thank you very much for your
1:30 to
consideration.
3, if it's a good day, I'll come out and watch.
Okay,
Is there a way to make it competitive? I'm just curious.
Permit you, buddy.
Yeah.
Make money.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have one more request.
It's for later for the stormwater,
Okay.
but I do have one online quest. Matt Chitwood has a public comment on the soccer fields.
Okay, Matt, are you able to speak? Do we know where Matt is?
I don't see him on there.
Hey, Matt, we're giving you an opportunity to speak. I can't pinpoint you online.
I
Same
didn't,
boat.
I didn't mute anyone.
Okay, so Matt, if you're having an issue and you can speak up, let us know. We'll give you opportunity to speak. We're going to continue to move forward. So moving on to staff reports.
I guess briefly before that, Gary, Laura, anybody else fax, email, chat,
No,
any additional comments?
no, Matt was the only one online through chat.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the first item, it's pardon all the exhibits and the gazillion trees that we killed. This is the agreement between the district and the Gateway, the Club at Gateway. for water withdrawal by the club, a license agreement to allow them to continue pumping from, I think, 3 lakes in the system. And this involves, and Kenny may be able to address it better, this district is splitting off its water use permit. And that particular aspect of withdrawal from the lakes will no longer be a district permit. The idea is to have the club at Gateway be the permit holder. The South Florida Water Management District has 2 remaining criteria or requirements before that permit is issued. One is this agreement showing that the club has the ability and authorization to withdraw from the district's lake. The second component is a letter of authorization from the club at Gateway, managing member authorizing Gateway Services CDD to process the permit application. So this is an important step. There's no consideration as far as dollars or payments. We talked about that and decided not to charge them. But once the permit's issued in the name of the golf club or country club, the country club will be responsible for all permit compliance, whatever they need to do to satisfy South Florida. And so we recommend this for approval. Kenny, any add-ons?
Just one, the Kenny Hall Utility Director, 677 and 688 are currently our water use permits. 677 is for the golf course. That had 5 water table wells attached to it and monitoring wells that go along with them. We have transferred those over to the 688 are the district's water use permit. So those are now a water source for the district. They are no longer attached to 3600677 water use permit.
And the club at Gateway has signed this agreement. They've approved it and signed it. We have it on the table in front of us.
A little correction here. There's not 3 ponds, there's 5 ponds. 117 and 122 are connected to also.
117 and 122?
117 goes across the road, about the middle there, across the road up to 122. 122 flows into 116, but 122 also flows into the very tall upper end of 118 and flows back down to 118.
So which ones we need to add? 117
You
and
need to add
122?
117 and 122.
Okay, can you all good with that? Okay, we will make that correction on the exhibit and in the document. It's already been executed, but I don't think it'll change the pagination because it's way at the beginning.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Supervisor Guy.
Thank you. As I looked through this thing, I was expecting to see something as far as consideration, i.e. what's in this for us? And I saw nothing. It seems like it's all for the benefit of the golf course. And I was hoping that there would be some at least small benefit for us. And an idea popped into my head. And that is have the golf course agree to provide a corporate membership to the Gateway Services CDD for our employees and staff to play the course at no charge.
I can tell you right now, hell will freeze before that happens.
What's that? You think the
$1,000
lower
ain't gonna happen,
It'd be
dude.
nice.
Ain't gonna happen.
ain't gonna happen?
Ain't gonna
Well, then
happen.
why are we gonna provide water for you if it ain't gonna happen?
It's been provided to the club since Christ was a child. All we're doing is just changing the permit holder. We're not charging for water.
Yeah, on the point of consideration, I recall going back maybe 5 to 6 more months ago when this item was first broached to the board, we discussed possibility of consideration, an amount per gallonage amount. And I think the board's direction was no need to charge them and don't charge them for it. That's my recollection.
Well, I don't recollect that, so
I'm sorry.
I said, I don't recollect that.
Yeah, that sounds news to me too.
Yeah, that's double billing.
I think we ought to get something in return. Some little thing like a corporate membership. What the heck?
We can pose
No
it.
big deal.
Supervisor Guy, Kenny Hall. This is a private company, a private entity, and we being the district as a government entity that we are reporting this all for them. This belongs in their hands and not in ours. I have been reporting this since I've been with the district directly to South Florida Water Management District. My name is currently on the permit. and say, this is a private company that the district should not be reporting their flows. They should be reporting their flows, as every other golf course would normally do. There's a long sordid history to how we got to this point, but myself and the former district manager had made it a priority to get us out of the golf course reporting business. And say that's one benefit that I would directly see for us, is that we are no longer doing their work for them.
Well, forgive my ignorance on this because I haven't paid much attention to it before, but when I was sitting out there, I used to hear about the Hawthorne wells, and I thought that those wells belonged to the golf course, and that's how they did it. And then I heard some conversation that said maybe we should take over the wells, but there was going to be a heavy burden to repair those and get those up and running. So I've gone from there to here, so forgive me, but there's a gap, a hole in my knowledge base. Why?
The problem we ran into is it's numerous. The last time, to my knowledge, that the pumps were ran that brought the groundwater over there was when I was president of the club in '07, when we had an emergency water shortage. And there's a 10-inch pipe that goes over there, goes right down behind or across from the church, up the FPL Eastman, cattywampus right through the middle of where Doug.
Pinecrest. Pinecrest.
Down under your house, straight over to the club.
Under Gateway Boulevard.
Under Gateway Boulevard. It was not used for years. If you would go pressure test that line now, you might have 50 spouts coming up of water.
But that was supposed to be their source?
No, it was a backup.
Secondary source.
It was a backup years ago.
So what was the primary source?
The wells, or the lakes, the ponds.
Oh, so it's always been the ponds.
Always been ponds.
This isn't a change.
No.
No, the change is it comes off the district permit. We're no longer the operating entity, so we no longer have.
Because I'm inclined to think along with Bill, if we're giving them something, what are we getting for it? But you're telling me, no, we're not giving them anything. They've always had it.
They've always had it.
And all we're doing is clearing up a paper trail to make them responsible.
But I think it's more than a paper trail because we have to report and monitor,
Yes.
correct?
I'm responsible
And
for
you won't
reporting
have
their.
to do that now,
No,
so they'll do it
that'll
on
be
their own. Okay, well, that clears it for me a little.
And just for clarification, those are water table wells. Lower Hawthorne is a saline source way deeper. The water tables, there are 15-foot wells. And those will need rehabilitation. We've put them on our permit to use as a new source of water should we need them. But
Okay, because from what I understand in Pelican, who also has a Hawthorne system, the golf club does maintain, and they have a pump house, and we do pump it up and drain it down all year long.
Yeah,
And they do not use the ponds
That's
over in
correct.
Pelican.
That's correct.
And that's why I had that disconnect with.
And also those water table wells that they use for their secondary source, and the MCC, the Master Control Center, is right out here in the corner of the parking lot. They are entrained in our electric. So the sandstone wells they share the same common line from, and that was another thing we discussed with the golf course was how are they paid the electric bill, because they would have to have separate. They would have to get their new meters, a new electrical source to run their wells. And also the monitoring wells that go along with those water table wells are spread out through the district. And one of them being in the back of the golf course. So they would not have access to get back there to report those. They would have to go through the county and along those lines. So
Pelican, I think, uses one pond as a retention pond to hold the water that comes out of
22.
the ground. 22.
Yeah, we don't do anything for that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it sounds a little more palatable. Well, the other crow on my throat is that every year I watch the share of the fair and equitable assessments go down for the Gateway Golf Course, dropped again this year. At the same time, Pelican keeps going up. And I don't understand that at all. I mean, there's a tremendous difference in here, but that's a different subject altogether. But
Okay, Tony, anything else from you?
No, sir.
Okay.
Whatever the pleasure of the board on this, the question, the pleasure of the board wishes to approve the agreement with the addition of the two additional lakes, lake number 117 and 122. We'll put that in the text and in the exhibit. The board will approve that and authorize the chairman to sign.
I'd make the motion to approve the license agreement with Gateway, the club at Gateway.
Second? I'll second. Any further discussion?
are we going to pursue trying to get the corporate membership? We got nothing to lose by asking.
We can ask. And I think,
I think it's worth a shot. We
okay.
just have to muzzle Mr. Jack.
Stop saying that, sir. I'll get it out now. I was like, oh, that's what I was gonna raise my hand. I'm okay.
That may not have been the best thing to say.
You can pay for it with all that tax savings every year.
Well, I mean, I don't have any problem addressing the situation, even if it's limited use or special discounts or
Yeah,
something.
something.
It's worth the conversation.
Yeah, and I will, if that's the sense of the board, I will convey that to the representatives. And also I will double check to make sure there's no issue with the Florida ethics statutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was gonna bring that up to. Okay.
Well, it wouldn't apply to the board. It's just a.
No, I understand, but I just
Okay,
want to
good.
make sure that there's no.
Well, now, hold on a minute.
So you can't.
Hold on a minute. Give me a chance to think and I'm gonna come up with an idea. So the board members in on that.
No.
I just saved big.
I think the phrasing was employees.
Yeah.
Well, but can you differentiate that? You're talking about board is.
Again, I'll also have to
I
check.
think there's an
I will
illegality
have
there
to check
somewhere.
Doug, we're gonna get another tree.
the ethics statutes, whether, because that was.
Don't look hard, Johnny. We don't need more pages.
Yeah, but that can be fraught with issues.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, not if you're not even going to attempt to get a corporate membership, I'm going to vote no.
They are gonna
We
attempt.
are gonna attempt it, Bill.
So
You are going to attempt it?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll vote yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
does that have to amend his motion? Because that's not how the motion was.
I take that as being part of the motion.
Okay,
That's the direction of the board, and
yes.
what I will do is I just convey that and say it's approved subject to these additions and see what the response.
You might have to come back if they
Yes.
say no. Okay.
Yes,
If they say yes, we're sailing.
if they say yes, then we add it in there in the chart and sign it. Not, then come back.
Okay.
Very good.
District engineer.
Just briefly, also real quickly on Pelican Reserve, the DRI amendment, the double checking the uploading of the submittals was made by the planners, Home Montez, a couple days ago. Right now, my last understanding is it's scheduled for the planning board December 1st, but I don't have any notice of that yet. And I don't have any staff report yet.
It's the emergency access road?
Yes.
Okay.
But, so we'll just keep you posted on that. With regards to Quality Enterprise, we're still working to get the easement and the maintenance agreement from the Gateway 2012 LLC, the owner of the Cayo Palone project. Even though their engineer, Rick Bylansky, received an affirmative assurance from the representative of Gateway 2012 LLC that the district could continue its work for the force main on the property, even though the reason had not been recorded. We do not have that yet. So we are pursuing it. Laura's been bugging Rick. I've been bugging Rick.
I've been bugging them. That's part of my update.
Yeah, this part. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
Okay.
But so that's, it's,
I've got a couple for Tony.
yeah, I'm not sure why they're not more responsive. Yes, sir.
Yeah, where are we at on the bond validation?
Well, we don't have the team assembled yet.
What are we waiting on?
What I'm going to do, hopefully at the next board meeting, we'll have the task authorization from Tetra Tech for the project engineer. We've already talked to Russ. I don't know if we have an engagement letter. We'll have an engagement letter from Russ for that. And then Steve and Laura and I have had some brief conversations about the interim financing, and we can bring that to the board also. We're shooting for the next board meeting. I think on that, correct?
I have it on my list to bring to the meeting on the 2nd,
Yeah, that's First Horizon Bank. That's the interim financing of $7.3 million. And so we also briefly discussed whether or not we need to have a financial advisor on board with regards to any validation, but we'll have all that discussion on December 2nd.
Next,
To ask your question, when you're saying the bond validation, is this the SRF?
No, this is the,
no.
this is the
would be
capital
on that,
projects.
The capital project.
The capital project?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
that would be the 20-year loan.
and
Yeah,
that's
the 20-year loan.
right. But I thought it was based on 5 million. The 7 million threw me off.
I don't
Capital
remember what
project loan.
I thought it was more than that, but you don't want to limit it to what you need. You want to limit it to what you think you may need.
With the
because
contingent-
you-
I agree
it
with
makes
that.
no
With
difference in the cost.
contingency numbers built in.
No, I agree with that, but the numbers I got from Stephen Bloom,
The short-term financing is $7.3 million, the 5-year loan.
7.3 million for 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that comes to about $180 per year.
stuff.
Okay.
I don't know.
And on that point, we've been, we reviewed the initial draft documents of the line of credit agreement, some of the loan documents, and had some comments back and forth. So we anticipate bringing some documents to you for approval at the December 2nd.
Okay, next one I had was we're getting close to be needing the FPL turnover. What do we need to do? Let's get that FPL turned over from Lennar,
I think,
and to hell with the county on the
okay,
parks.
I would,
Just to hell with it.
if that's the board's discretion. And again, the county's been not very, I'm not saying not helpful, they've not given us any answer, let me put it that way. If whether or not the linear park or the park open space requirements are in fact achieved or have been achieved, so that if the district takes over FPL easement, we don't need to do anything more. But I can contact Charles Mann, I'll send him an email and say, Charles, update the package, update the survey, update the title work, and get it probably the second meeting in December.
Good, let's get
Okay.
that, because
Okay.
that leads into the next one, and wait,
And that would also, by the way, that would also include the land at the northern portion
yeah, that's
that's adjacent to Pelican Reserve, which
I
is
was
what we
just getting
need for
ready
the
to add
access
that
road.
to it. Yes, yes.
My question on that is, before we take acceptance of that FPL easement, they need to go out and clean the exotics up off of it, because they are so thick and heavy and hanging over the pathway. You can't drive, it's inaccessible with a vehicle. You have to drive off the pathway. And if there's residents coming down there, they get smacked in the face.
When you
with
say the
these
pathway,
limbs.
which one?
Pardon me?
Which pathway?
The one that goes all the way from Griffin Drive all the way to Gateway Boulevard on the FPL easement.
I drove it
I'm
3
sorry,
days
I
ago
did
on my
not
golf cart.
identify myself. This is L. Harris with Gateway Services District.
I went all the way to the Stony Brook, what do you call it? Flowway crossing. I didn't have any problem at all. No. But the issue is, we can do that. We can have them do it. I agree that they should do it.
Yeah, what I would suggest is, if we can get it, what I would suggest is we get a graphic or aerial denoting the areas where the pepper or the exotics are located, so that when I send my email to Charles, man, I can say, Charles, as part of this conveyance, can you all clean this part up?
Would we be limiting it? We want the whole thing clean, don't we? We want the whole thing clean.
Are there exotics throughout?
Just say the whole FPL easement,
Okay.
all, what is it, 136 acres?
That was my question to you.
Okay.
9 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That's the area that I believe is under their responsibility to clean it, because we're
But-
cleaning only this part, and we're going to look it up.
Keep in mind, going
Yeah,
across
so
Gateway
they
Boulevard
own
to
it.
get that extra 7 acres, there's just as many, if not more, exotics in there than there are in the rest of the whole thing.
That's right.
Well, there's
And
definitely flowway there that's overrun and on that.
But I agree, we get, just
Yeah.
have them,
Okay.
just tell them, get the exotics out before the transfer.
Okay.
All right.
Then the next one is that we're trying to get this meeting set up with FPL on this easement. Will we?
About the consent of use, the ability
Yes,
to
yes.
run lines?
Yeah, well, apparently a letter came back that we found out about now. We know about the letter from last February, that they indicated instead of 20 feet, they'll go 15 feet. The issue we got is we got
Horizontal separation.
there appears to be a singular wetland, number 53, that is in the way. That we might have to deke around it and get permission from them, but that's not my question. My question is, can we sit down and start the negotiations and talk to FPL with something to be able to say, yes, we are going to be owning this? Because right now we have no standing. They could just say, you guys, who sent you? We need,
Oh, yeah.
can we say to them
Sure.
that we have this piece of
Deal.
property dedicated to us, and we'll be the ones, they'll be the new owner?
Yeah, I think part of what I'll send in my letter to Charles is, Charles, please write back saying also that you all have no problems with us continuing negotiations, because Chris had negotiations with FPL about the consent of use agreement.
Yeah, well, the problem we got, I think, is maybe the guy that we were agreeing with or working with is, he be dead. So we got a
Oh,
problem.
Okay.
We're dealing with a new guy in Daytona. So we're trying to get this going, because this is going to take time. And that line, both the irrigation and the sanitary sewer force main, are critical as backups for our system going forward. We need them. And we can't do one without doing the other one. And the first step is getting that guy to agree and consent to an easement to put 2 pipes in it.
Scott Connell, project manager with Gateway. Tony, because Gateway Services District is the utility provider within that boundary where that easement lies, do we not have authority to go ahead and talk to FPL without
Yeah, I've never
under
heard
that guise?
I never heard that there was an issue about not having authority. I don't know if FPL ever raised that issue.
Oh, I don't know. I'm
what-
learned around here, man. You ask every question you can
No,
think
but what I
of.
would suggest is we just negotiate, we continue talking with them, saying, not even address this ownership issue or the easement issue, and just say, hey, we're picking up the conversation from back where we left off back in.
That's what I
What,
did
March
Tuesday,
or-
and we've started that.
Yeah, that's all. I would suggest that's all.
Well,
Okay.
we're making.
Not raise any more red flags, and they can say, oh, we're gonna wait.
But I felt because we're the utility provider within the district, we can ask for an easement.
Whether we need to or not, I don't even know, if it needs to be- because it takes FPL so long to process things anyway.
But I agree with you on the other one, is definitely get that 7 acres on the north side.
Yeah.
Throw it into this mix. Let's wrap this thing up and be done with it. And I was thinking there was one other item. Yeah, we have a pre-bid meeting on Monday, I guess, on the aquatics. Is that both ponds and the wetlands, I assume? If it is, have we, good on all the contract documents? Is that because we're going out for a new bid
I don't know,
basically?
I've seen all the contract, I saw a brief short form of the contract document.
Al Harris, excuse me, Al Harris Gateway Services District, I sent you the whole thing, everything that was attached to it. Yes, that we do, and I know what your question is. Did we address the littorals and the access? Absolutely.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
don't
my
want to,
focus was getting the notice out because of the time crunch.
I understood.
I just want
yes,
to make sure that these vendors that come to this meeting, because I hope to be here, understand that the fact that the golf course is wet ain't going to get it for not going in and doing your job.
May I read this to you?
Okay.
Regardless of the duration, frequency, and type of maintenance, the stormwater management system shall be maintained to permit conditions and to meet the requirements of the Gateway Surface Water System Maintenance Standards, period. It shall be the contractor's responsibility to access the district flowways and ponds throughout the year, utilizing ramps or any other means necessary to prevent soil rutting and sod damage on the golf course and/or private property.
And I'll get my comments this weekend, Al, on the
Pardon me?
contract documents. So you'll have them for the folks on Monday.
And all this is
Oh,
centered around the aquagenics bankruptcy.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Or
This is the only one I put out to bid. I did not put conservation areas, I'm sorry, did not put conservation areas or aerators out to bid. Those are out for proposal request. They're not a high enough contract to have to be bid. We requested proposals to be sent to the CDD via email. When they come in, I'll sit down with Laura and Gary and review them all.
We don't spend that much on conservation areas?
No,
No,
not enough to bid it.
Wow, we do over 100,000 a year. Okay.
yeah, but it's
Not the
195 if I'm not
Don't look
mistaken,
it up.
that's
For
what
maintenance.
Tony.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it surprised me, that's all.
So.
Yeah, I agree with
Okay.
the aerator.
Okay, let's keep moving.
So that was the, I think the last one for Tony, the rest of them are staff.
Okay.
Got one more for Tony.
Go ahead, Bob.
And I guess I'll update staff that doesn't know, and I know Laura's in the loop. A condition came up at our Casella community and the lack of pavers as we're getting close to putting the final lift. We started out with both the Prado roundabout and the Casella roundabout. And Lennar said they're going to do, because he had it in their plans, to do the Prado roundabout. But they were going to delete Casella. And we had a whole series of communications, said it wasn't part of the plans. The long and the short of it is somebody, Aaron Milosevic, this week finally sent an email to us acknowledging that they were going to do Casella. So I just want to make sure the board is aware of that. And Tony's been working with us. And we've been working with Tetra Tech to get the original plan. Because had they not done Casella, that would have been the only community of the 23 that didn't have the bricks at the monument and.
No, just been consistent with all the
Yeah,
rest.
they've been very inconsistent. Because they were saying, well, it wasn't in the plans. Well,
Well, I hope they got the pavers because lots of luck. We're looking for pavers right now over in our place.
that's a whole different issue.
It's-
And
3
amazingly
months.
enough, it was $63,000 to do just product, which blew me away. I didn't have any idea it was that much money to do that.
Okay, anything else for Tony?
No.
Okay, Engineering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Stephen Agapi, Tetra Tech District Engineer. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep, sure.
All right, so last week we had our pre-construction walkthrough on Lake 93. This is in Timber Ridge. It was me, Met Tower, Scott Connell, and Elle, and our inspector Wyatt. We did a walkthrough. We talked about staging areas, and we made our way around the lake, and we got to if you scroll down one more sheet there, I don't know who's in control of the computer, but if you could scroll down to the next sheet here, we got to Timber Ridge Drive, which is the proposed littoral area. This lake does have a littoral requirement, and part of the DO plans and permit, we showed where the littorals were going to be. This lake does have a lot of existing littorals on it. They're all one species, though, mainly. The objective is to place a couple different varieties, either on the backside and in this green location that's shown on this figure here. During the walkthrough, we noticed that there's a lot of erosion. If you scroll down to the next page, you can see some photos of the escarpment. The most contrasting one will be like the bottom photo. It shows, it's kind of deceiving with the water elevation where it's at right now, but it's greater than 2 feet at the worst spot. It's pretty bad. So to assist, staff with being able to plant littorals and do maintenance, they asked us to help with a change order from the contractor to kind of restore this area and to plant littorals at the same time while they're doing the rest of the lake bank. So we got our number in today to do the restoration, and it's approximately 213 linear feet, and their price was $21,430. The actual restoration was $94 a linear foot, and that is to import fill, compact it, place a non-woven geotextile over it. Yep, that's the figure right there. That's the planned repair. If you scroll down a little bit.
Is that the yellow area?
It's the green area.
Green area. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah.
Keep scrolling down. There's a cross section of what the proposed repair is. Yeah, here. So it's pretty much the same thing we're doing on all of the other lakes. It's not Armor Max. It's just the non-woven geotextile, which is what we're using. We've used in the other locations on this round of lakes and the future round of lakes. The only deviation is we're not proposing to put any rocks over the fabric below the water line. We're proposing just to heavily plant it with littorals as of right now. So that's kind of the game plan right now. It seemed like that was the best solution we could come up with, talking with the contractor, talking with staff, and this is what we all feel comfortable with. So this is the price. And Laura, she checked, and we have plenty of money left in contingency. With the board's approval, we would just ask SRF for a change order to make sure that this is allowed to, this is acceptable. We shouldn't have a problem. We've had a lot of change orders approved in the past, and this is in line with those changes. So we're just seeking approval from the board to move forward with this.
Stephen, let me ask you, so we have had some discussion around, common areas or areas that are not adjacent to resident property.
Correct.
Where there is significant erosion. What the solution is? Would it be in engineering's recommendation moving forward, if we do run across areas that have significant erosion that do need to be addressed, that this is the approach we take?
I think this will be a good indicator if this is a good approach or not. I mean, this is 200 feet we're talking, and it's not behind any homes. We haven't done this method before without covering the non-woven geotextile, but the plan is to heavily plant it. They're calling for I think it's 1,600 plants or something.
Yeah.
1,900 littorals. So I think if this works out the way we all think it will, I think this will be a good candidate. It's just slightly cheaper than, just for everyone's, personal knowledge. On their bid for this project, it was $100 a linear foot for the other option, which is the non-woven geotextile, which includes rock. And the Armor Max was $105 a linear foot for this lake by Met Tower. And this is coming in at $95 a linear foot without the littorals, and with the littorals, it's like $100 a linear foot. So it's not a whole lot cheaper than, putting rock down. It's actually really not cheaper at all, but just so everyone knows about the price per linear foot here.
Yeah, Stephen, this is Bob. Why would we not consider just sculpting away the escarpment and leaving it alone? In other words, get rid of the trip hazard and just put sod on it.
And then just.
You've got plenty of littorals in
and
the water. You don't need any more littorals. That appears to be spike rush. Am I looking at it right?
You gotta get that 4-to-1 slope
To where?
So
Where do
we
I
can,
off the bank.
Well, you sculpt it down to that, off the bank. Leave what's underwater, underwater.
So in other words, you're going to go at where or this person, I don't know who that is, but anyway, from the edge of what is the sod, straight down in a triangular deal at a 4-to-1 and fill that with fill material, compact it. And then.
No. Just sculpt it back.
I don't know what you mean.
Come by with a grader and get to your 4-to-1 angle and push the dirt out of the way. Throw some sod on it and you're done.
Bob, you'd have to go back 20, 25 feet to get to 4-to-1.
It's a big.
2 feet is
That ain't worth $20,000, folks.
Well, but the trouble is you have to get to 4-to-1, and you can't get to 4-to-1 going back. Well, you can, but I mean, you'll be tearing out, you're going way back.
Well, I don't know if there'd be enough room.
There's not even enough room, I think, to go back. You got.
hey, as a counter to this, we could ask them to prepare a cost estimate for just importing fill and compacting it and not putting any material down, because that's probably a lot of it is, the labor involved with installing the matting, putting the anchors in. So as an alternate, we could ask them to just place fill to get rid of the erosion. I'm not guaranteeing it'll last there forever. Obviously, it didn't last there before it eroded 2 feet. So.
But you've got a lot of littorals, so you're not getting wave action. There's no buildings to give you washout.
The problem is the littorals aren't where they're supposed to be. The littorals are supposed to be from the control elevation down. They're way short of it. That's the problem with our designs around here.
They will grow.
But the trouble is they haven't. And they aren't going to grow back now because that escarpment's there. We've got to get rid of the escarpment. The only way to get rid of the escarpment is to come in with the fill and make the triangle that goes down 4-to-1. Then the question is, if you put the filter fabric on the top of it, then are you going to puncture the filter fabric to put the littorals to hold the soil in place?
I wouldn't put a littoral in that area. You've got plenty of littorals. They'll go there.
But what's going to keep it stabilized from washing that it's done for over the years?
It took a lot of years to get here, Ed. It took 20 years to get like this. You put the fill in, let the next 20 years from now worry about it. You're not behind a residence zone. You're in an area that, rarely will get pedestrian traffic. Go ahead, Scott.
If I may. Scott Connell again. In the past few board meetings, it was talked about it at the other lakes up in Stony Brook that you do have a common area and that there's escarpment and erosion, so that where there is public and there's activity, and there's the board's opinion to come in and let's look at that, let's make it safe and rebuild it like we're doing behind the residence. So with that conversation that's happened over the last 2 months, we felt to take it upon ourselves and ask Stephen to get involved. And we looked at this, and that's why we came up with this plan. One, it's on the main entry into their community. There is a 2-foot drop or so in there, and there has been erosion over the years, Bob. And to come in and just plane it off, you're going to get a 4-to-1, you're cutting back in, and you don't see it in this picture, but as you go down and around, it gets very narrow in there. You won't be able to get your 4-to-1 until you start cutting up into some shrubs and things. So.
Yeah, I would guess that looking at this picture,
Indeed.
if that's 2 feet, you're going to go out there almost to the littorals with the
We're
toe
going to be
slope.
touching the littorals to
That'll be the
on
toe
the
slope.
4-to-1 when they rebuild it. So,
Scott, I think
and then plant it, put in the non-woven, and then plant it heavy as illustrated here, and it'll grow into there. You cut the X, you pop them in, and
What's when you say heavy, Scott? How many per square foot?
well, you have about 2,000 plants to go in there. I don't.
How many plants per square foot?
Per square foot?
Yeah.
4.
4 plants per square foot?
Yeah.
You got a chance then.
Yeah.
So I think the
But you're
question
gonna have a
is,
lot of holes in that filter fabric.
Well, but the fabric, it'll hold it until the plants root and then the plants will
That's
cover
the,
it.
that's the key. Are these bare root or are they plants? Take your money to Las Vegas and put it on 17 black. You'll have a better chance.
Well, what's the,
Ain't gonna work.
what's the 3 gallon in size mean, Al?
Pardon me?
On the item 3, it says they're gonna put them in 3 gallons, 3 gallon size plants.
That's for the upland native
Okay.
grasses and dune sunflowers. I think the littorals are, I don't know, they do like 2-inch slips and bare roots as far as I know, but it doesn't say what they're going to do for littorals.
Actually, we weren't going to go in and replant every single the required number of littorals for that pond because as Bob noted, it does have a nice healthy band, which the residents there love. And but it only has 2 species within that band. So we do need to supplement that so that we have at least 4 species of littorals around the pond in our designated areas. The 3 gallon was for dune sunflower to go in where I'm standing there on the pond bank. If you look beyond it, you can see stone. They've got some stone going there, and we were going to put those at the top of that stone that's already there, big riprap, so that it could kind of grow, and it would be a nice visual aspect to the littorals. And yes, that is a native littoral plant, dune sunflowers.
I just have one feedback on the canna. I saw that you want to plant some canna there. And I know in 83, we did not have any luck with canna, but again, it was planted on rocks. And I think that had a big impact to it. I don't know. I don't know if canna would be better when it's just dirt. But if there was a choice, I would have probably removed the canna and add more spike rush than, unless it grows better when it's not in the rock. Because from the first batch that we plant cannas, I think maybe 8 survive and we get almost 4,000.
Right.
And then this time around, we didn't. And pretty much everything that we planted on 83 this time survived. I think it's like 99% survival. But there was no canna.
Is the canna that survived, is it thriving? 'Cause
No, it's
boy, this
horrible.
stuff's been growing like weeds. And
No,
it
not
looks great.
for us. But then again, I think because we have rocks, so we puncture the fabric and we put the canna, bare root, and then rock choking it. So I don't think
Yeah,
it,
well,
but since
I don't know
rock is
how it was
not going
planted over
here.
there, but it is really, really
Yeah,
growing.
I was,
And
we were hoping for that,
Yeah,
but it
we
didn't
cut
happen.
it down to the ground every year and it just keeps coming
Yeah,
back.
but I think on this
spreading.
area, because it's dirt, it may have a chance, but I
It
definitely.
will do that, Bob, exactly like, because I just took some and transplanted them over here on the end of 91 next to the church. On one side of that head wall, they're growing like crazy. On this side towards the church, not a one
Yeah,
survived.
I've never looked at the soil.
So it just, it's soil and
When was this picture taken?
what picture?
Last week? So we're at control elevation. So when you put in that triangular piece of fill material, just imagine right down below whoever's feet that is, you're going to have the top of the
That's
slope
me.
and you're going to go out at a 4-to-1 slope.
And you would be right
none of
about
that's-
at the edge
none of
of
that's
where the
gonna be wet.
littorals are,
None of that's going to be wet.
except
So
for
whatever
the
you're going
water
to
that's
plant,
there
where's the
now
water
that,
coming from to get it to grow? It's all going to be dirt.
Well, why don't we do it just like we did on 83? For the first month, we had the boat out there
That's what you're going to have to do
Yeah,
to get them to grow
because
because it's out of the water.
and that the cost, it
Well,
wasn't
this just
much.
Seems like an awful lot of money for some kind of an area. Behind a residence home, yeah. But an area it's never used. Okay, take care of the escarpment. If you put it in the fill, and I don't know what the fill would cost. If you can't fill it for less than 95, I'm wasting my time. But if it can be filled and run out to where the existing littoral is in this photo, at a 4-to-1, do it and walk away.
What is the cost of the littorals again? Just the littorals?
Like $1,100 or
so
$1,300.
Stephen, what we're trying to
That's
figure out is, I think we all agree that something needs to be done and we want to do it correctly. The question is, does it have to be done at $100 a square foot, or is there other alternatives that have a potential of, still self-sustaining through littoral growth? But do we need, an undermatting or
Your cost is the material of hauling that in and the labor of putting it in. That's where your big bucks are at. You're not going to get around that because you got to make the 4-to-1. So,
Right.
I mean, that is just a given. You got to do it. Now, the question of whether you do it or not, that's a different issue. But the thing I like about doing this, and contrary, Bob, to what you're saying, that I would agree to do it, and I'm not enthused about it, but this could be the one we use as a test pattern.
Yeah, pilot.
A pilot. Yeah, I'll go along with it.
That's
Okay.
kind of what the Dune Sunflower is too. I want to see how it will do there in that area and see if it might work in other
Because
areas.
if this works here,
We
then
got a
give
lot
it
of
a
other
shot on
applications.
a residential.
So maybe there's potential cost savings down the road.
That's what I was looking at.
So, okay.
And this is something that we might want to start having Tetra Tech have a look at and make this plan ahead of time before we have the contractor come in at the pre-con meeting and then say, oh, we have to have
I
Littoral
totally agree
here.
with that. We keep changing.
And the second thing is, I mean, we run into that with every single pond that, just like 83, what happened, and then but we run into this with every single pond, and after the pre-con, now we've got to, well, what are we gonna do with the littoral
And then they
area,
bend
the
us over.
littoral by others? So now we've got another change order. And the same thing applies to ponds with aeration. This particular pond does not have an aerator. When we talk about Lake 58 and Stony Brook, I have 6 separate units in 6 separate locations on that mile-long pond. Those units have to be pulled off of the pond bank and stored somewhere during the construction and then be reinstalled.
That's just part of it. Nothing we can do. about
Well, it's not addressed in this. It's not addressed. That comes out of my 001 budget
Now-
every.
It wasn't
Now,
addressed either.
Lake 58 is the next lake, and that is included in the work. Yeah, we're going to address that in the lakes moving forward.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
All right, let's move
Perfect.
forward.
that. So what are we looking?
Yeah, what are we doing?
We're looking for a motion.
Yeah, we need a motion to approve.
This is change order. I will make that motion with preface that this is being done as a pilot.
I'll second your motion.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Al. Okay, Stephen, what else do you have for us?
That was it for me today.
Was there,
Interesting.
go ahead, Supervisor Tinkle.
I hope I wasn't asleep because I tore my house apart trying to find this document. Has anybody else seen this?
Let me see it again.
It's dated almost 3 years ago. This was the document that was basically an evaluation of our utility relative to capacities, hydraulic analysis. This is what leads to and are led to the definition that we needed to do XYZ, the irrigation loop line, the sanitary loop line, and this, that, and the other. Well, I was going through this. We were asking the question the other day out at the Griffin Roundabout of how to provide, and Kenny is gone, but trying to figure out what do we do. We're putting all our eggs in this basket of this 16-inch pipe that went under. And if it would have been built correctly, then it would have been probably no harm, no foul. But the fact that it was put in, like we all know, with about an 8-foot drop, and we had to do a Rube Goldberg arrangement of piping connection, as long as it works, we're good. But if it fails, we've got to have a backup. And right now, we have no backup, none whatsoever.
Well, I thought the backup was going to be in the roundabout.
I'm getting there.
Oh, okay.
The backup is going to the roundabout.
Okay.
But the issue comes in is that I was trying to find out what are we basing all of this stuff we're doing on as far as numbers? Are we just pulling these out of our x-axis? What's our flows? Well, I look at this report that was done, and as my understanding that Tetra Tech got the report, and I talked to Danny and Stephen today, that Tetra Tech got this, I guess, from information that we provided them or somebody provided them. But I started looking at this, I thought, what is going on here? Capacities of pump stations. The Hampton Park lift station, number 2, 14 gallon a minute. There ain't no way in hell that's a 14 gallon per minute lift station.
Mr. Tinkle, what's the name of that document? I can try and pull it up.
I'm sorry?
What's the name of the
Hampton
document?
Park LS2.
The name of the document.
the document.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's-
I don't remember ever seeing this.
It's-
I couldn't
you
find
Utility
it.
capital improvement analysis, task authorization.
And it says draft, so I don't
16,
know that it
09.
ever got to the board.
Or 18, is that 18 or 16?
I'm sorry?
It's 1809.
18009.
That's a Tetra Tech document.
Okay,
And it's draft date February 7th, 2019.
By Tetra Tech.
I'll see if I can find that.
But my deal is that that station had a 14 gallon per minute. I don't know anybody in his right mind. You're shaking your head. What does that mean?
The lift station you're referring, Kenny Hall, utility director, the lift station you're referring to at that time was the Bellcrest lift station, which only took Bellcrest. While they were building Avalon Circle and then that whole chunk, I think it's parcel J, that was not built at that time. So that station sat there idle for years. And then now that Hampton Park is completely built out,
Did we change the
now,
pumps?
yeah, actually we did. We went from we originally started with a 10 horsepower. We had to upgrade them to a 15 horsepower.
You're making my case.
Yeah.
This needs to be updated. We got to find out what's going on. We know that you are out making some changes, which have been very effective, but I don't know that we got them back to the engineer to look at what the consequences of these are. We've got like 15, 16 stations that feed our main network. I'm not talking about these secondary stations because they pump to a pump to pump to a pump that finally get to someplace that feed our network. We need to know what this is. I went through this and did a calculation and we were up somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,700 to 3,000 gallon per minute coming into this 12-inch right out here that goes down through here, that goes to the plant. There isn't one design manual you'll find in this country that says do that. You're way, way out of bounds on the limits of velocity in the force main. Just don't do it. But we're doing it. And we're not only doing it, we've been doing it for a hell of a long time. We need some real good data and we need to be authorizing Tetra Tech to come back, get with you, Kenny, and we go around to each of these stations and we get their rated capacity. And the easiest way of doing it is just do a drawdown test. We turn them on, run them for 2 minutes and find out how many gallon per minute they pump. Then turn on the second pump, do the same thing. Then turn on both pumps and do the same thing. That's the data then that tells us what the capacities are. My thing is right now we're looking at, and we had preliminarily estimated a 20-inch line out here coming up Griffin Drive. Right now, I based that on some of this data that we had that evidently resulted in this report. And I'm not getting a warm, fuzzy feeling that this data is very accurate. We need to have Tetra Tech, not the irrigation system, I'm not worried about that, and not the potable water, but this sanitary sewer force main. If there's something to have a hiccup, like on an irrigation system, what happens? You might have brown grass. If you have a hiccup on potable water, you go to Publix and you get some water. You have a hiccup on sewer and kiss your you-know-what goodbye. You're hurting. You're hurting. We can't make a mistake on the sanitary sewer. And so my deal is I think we need to have Tetra Tech give us a proposal for getting in here and re-examining our hydraulic network. Okay, well,
that number came from.
and this is 3 years old, so it's about time that we be doing it again. So I'd like to have staff work with Tetra Tech to update at least the sanitary sewer force main network of this. I found, we had this the other day and I was in shock. So I went home and I thought, I missed it. I tore my place apart. I couldn't find it. I don't think it ever got to the board.
And also keep in mind that when that was done, Prado and Pistoia were still not at build out. They're at build
But
out
see, that
now.
doesn't mean anything, Kenny, because you've already got the design capacity of the pump that the builder built. So we knew that. We don't need to know how many people are going to be there. We know what he designed it on.
Okay.
But that's where the drawdown comes in, because these manufacturers, they may give you a rating that it's a 300 gallon per minute pump at 20 foot ahead. You go out there and it has 25 or 28 or 30 feet ahead, that flow drops. Conversely, if it's the other way around, that flow goes way up and you're getting a lot more water than you anticipated. And we've had, in the past, and we know some of it came as a result of Hampton Park having some problems with the illicit water getting into the system. But the bottom line is that can and does happen. So we got to be prepared to have it. So we need to make sure that we're getting these pipes sized correctly and located correctly. Because if what we're saying is true and these numbers are correct, our argument of where that 12-inch force main ties in off the FPL easement is very critical. Does it take in hidden links or does it not take into hidden
Okay.
links? We need to know that.
I think, so Kenny, if you can
Let's
work
get
with Tetra Tech and just see what we can do about that.
Thank you.
Any other items for district engineer? Okay, moving on to staff reports.
Well, Kenny, who's going to bring up the authorization of the emergency roundabout bypass? We got to get that design redone for a bidding. We don't have any choice. That's an emergency item.
Yeah, well, we can put it on the next agenda for the first meeting of December.
Stephen, does that get you okay with the county's going to be bidding this thing soon?
That would be Fred.
Stephen, Fred?
Yeah, I'll have to talk to Fred and Danny and we'll have to game plan here, but we
When's
can
our
probably
next
make it work.
2 weeks?
I'm
December 2nd.
there's a meeting on the 1st for a roundabout update, and I know the last one they were waiting to get plans back for that fountain area, so they hadn't finalized the plans yet. So I can bring that up.
Well, my concern is that they're going to be wanting to bid it, and this stuff that we're talking about is going to necessitate a change in the plan.
Yep, I'll work with Kenny to make sure that I have everything straight, and when I have the meeting with the county on the 1st, I can bring that up.
Yeah, and I say, we added a few other, me and Fred at our last meeting regarding the roundabout added a few things that needed to be added that for final. Regarding the sewer force main, that's still a board
Okay, so
decision.
I was.
And I
thinking
have the
that-
numbers.
I was thinking that we wanted to get the approval of the extra $80,000 to $100,000.
Yeah, I have that number. It's 90,000.
$90,000. We want to get that.
Why wouldn't we just?
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't we
that
just do
would-
that? I mean,
I agree with
that would
that.
be up
Why
to-
would we just open for public comments and do it not exceed our
I don't have a
Yeah, take
problem with
leader
that.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's not a scheduled agenda item, we want to add it on. Just add it, ask the public if they want to comment before the board
Yeah,
takes any action.
my whole thing on all this is I don't want to hold up this project. It's too important.
What I was suggesting after Kenny makes his presentation on it, that the board open it up for any comment, any members of the public attending remotely or in person.
Do we have a map that shows anybody what we're talking about?
I have the final numbers that Fred sent over to me. It was a $90,000 total. It went from,
We can come into to a dollar amount, but just so the public understands, can you just give a brief overview of
yes,
what led us to building this redundancy in as part of an emergency protocol?
I think you might add just for the public, this is for the moment. Every board member has met with Kenny out in the field, so we're all aware of the need. So I think it's just a matter to make sure that when we talk to them, they understand and have knowledge of what we know. And I think they would agree with us.
okay. Okay. For the record, Kenny Hall, Utility Director. With the 16-inch force main project and the way that has turned out, we would ask the board to, as a matter of course, since we are doing the roundabout at Gateway and Griffin Drive, that the 12-inch force main and 6-inch force main that are currently in place, that we would drop the 6-inch and then add the 12-inch force main to the roundabout plan so that when they come in to do the roundabout, we would have a 12-inch force main in place, encased, as a matter of redundancy. So if something were to happen to the 16-inch force main going under Gateway Boulevard, we would be able to valve it off and then push the flow to the 12-inch force main and then keep our sewer force main system active. It's a matter of redundancy, and that's about where we're at with that.
And just leading into that, the reason why this redundancy is so important is because the original design, when we went to do when the vendor came in to do the bore,
yes,
that bore was off by
a lot.
Let's say 6 to 8 feet.
Yeah, I would put 5 to 7 feet is a good
which may
number.
not impact from an engineering perspective, but if there ever were an issue, it would impact the ability to service, repair, and to get to it within a significant amount of time. So redundancy is required as a result of the end design that will be put in place. So,
And the fact that we didn't have 12-inch force main in
correct.
the FPL easement
So
in time.
and it's always good as we're looking at these things to to build in redundancies when you can, to minimize risk and downtime in the event of some type of catastrophic failure. So that's where we're at. This is an item that is walking on due to the sense of timing and urgency. It's something we've been looking at, but it just came to fruition as the force main project is underway. So do I have a motion to approve?
Well, got one question.
Yes, sir.
We're still going to get a bond in case there is catastrophic failure for the first 10 years?
That was on the engineering side. That is
So
on the
that's still up
Tetra
in the
Tech
air.
side.
Oh, it's not agreed, okay.
I don't believe that's been.
And we've also added a 16-inch valve on this side so that it can be, in the event if there's something that happens to that line, we can valve it off and push it.
But that's our insurance policy if
Right.
we have.
Yeah. That is.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
are we gonna ask the prime contractor to help us on this $90,000 payment?
I think so. I had this conversation with Danny, and engineering can kick in. How the design, the existing design is, we didn't end up with the place we thought it was going to be. However, it shouldn't impact the flow of the force main. Where the reason why we're doing this redundancy is in the event that something happens, because the depth is off, it would take us longer to repair. Now, what we're doing to mitigate that, Bill, is we are asking we're asking for a secured bond. Is that what a secured bond, that in the event that something does happen, that there's a bond to help us in the future. So the redundancy is on our dime. We're putting additional risk mitigation in place from the vendor in the event that this design does cause problems in the future, and it takes us longer to dig down to get to it.
Keep in mind, there's another player here we're all forgetting about. We gave that road away. That is not our road. We need protection to protect the county. If something happens and we got to dig that up, you don't go and dig a hole 15 feet deep overnight. You've got to box it, trench it, and everything else. And you're talking about right next to the county road. I think they're going to have a say-so in this. And I think they're going to want a bond covering their butts.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that we go to the contractor and say, hey, the county isn't going to approve this because you didn't build it right. If you'd have built it right, we wouldn't be talking about this.
Yeah, and just one of my questions is, what notice have we provided in writing to the contractor that the work is defective?
To my knowledge, none. That would be on the.
I think we need to do that.
You're right, Tony. I think we need to have notification that.
And typically the engineer will do that on behalf of the owner, I think typically, and following.
They're signing off on the project.
Whatever the contract documents require, for the standpoint of notice being provided and telling them they need to cure this, they're responsible for it, and outlining what they need to achieve, and they need to get the county sign off on it.
Yes, because
It
I don't
also
want to get
gives
this
a
thing
whole
started
harmless
up.
indemnification. And have we made any progress payments since the time of that incident?
Not to my
Okay.
knowledge.
So
But
I thought the bond was our insurance.
Yeah, that's what we're talking
I
about.
believe that is our.
We do need to follow the notice processes in the.
Right.
So we could agree, we could approve with conditions, but the conditions are not only the secured bond on our side, but the county needs to be aware.
They throw in
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Maybe, and not just a bond, maybe a whole harmless
Can I have-
indemnification on
Yes.
top of a bond also.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to add that we are just, if not a little bit, but I mean, kind of at the Griffin Drive connection where we cross under Griffin Drive, we're just as vulnerable if something happens at that spot. QE we've redesigned that connection to keep the existing 12-inch that is already there open. So our Tetra Tech had to go to, City of Sanibel has loaned us the Y, the 12 to 12, which makes the connection from Griffin Drive and the existing force main, 12 to 12. We found it. Tetra Tech got it through, City of Sanibel has agreed to help us. And that is all, this is a complete redesign of this connection. This is not what we envisioned because of another fact of redundancy. So if we decide not to, we're going to do the 12-inch at that point, somewhere in June or July, when they get to that part of the project up at the roundabout, it would be cut away and we would have no redundancy. So QE has, and we met today, and I was gonna go over this in my report, but we met today and, we've gone over these designs and how we're going to connect everything because, that is a very big step for us when we go to Monday and Tuesday, this coming Monday and Tuesday, we are connecting these force mains. So it's a two-step process, but we've redesigned that Griffin Drive connection to where before, when we came across Griffin Drive and then we hooked back into the force main, the force main going, the existing was out, it was done. So we've redesigned it so that we have that redundancy in place. And QE has done that. And then the 16-inch valve on the Gateway Boulevard side, that connection had to be redone. So
we got the 16 by 12 reducer and we found the 12
we
by
have the
12.
12 by 12 Y, so the 12 by T that we were considering is out. So we got what we need to keep that force main existing open.
Yeah.
So that's
So
another aspect.
let's make sure we got two issues that we're tracking. One is the existing jack and bore, making sure that we've got the secured bond, that it's signed off.
Notice and bond.
Notice and bond signed off by not only engineering, but the county. So that's one issue. That's in flight. So can you make sure that
Yes,
you're spearheading that? The other is getting approval for this redundancy to put in place. And would you like a not to exceed? I know that you've got, it's around 90K.
Yeah.
What do you feel comfortable? What would you like for us to, I mean, how hard is that cost? Should we do like not to exceed 95?
100, I would say 100 would be a good
So
number.
why don't,
We can just go by what the estimate and throw in a contingency.
okay, so we'll do a not to exceed of,
Oh, no, no problem.
I do
Just-
100,000.
Just one question, Kenny, the redesign, we're incurring that cost?
No, QE is doing, QE and Tetra Tech have managed to figure out how we're going to do all that.
At their cost, at the QE's cost, no
Yeah.
additional cost to the district?
No, not to us.
Okay. Thank you.
oh, so we don't need approved dollars then?
No,
what you're saying?
No, for the connection at
Oh,
Griffin
for the
Drive,
connection.
yeah,
Okay,
for,
never mind,
for
never
the-
mind.
this whole
There's still-
scenario here.
There's still,
The 100,000 is still on the table. We
Okay.
would have incurred that. That's an extra.
Okay, so you made a motion?
and we need to elicit comments from the audience if they want to make any or not. The audience being silent.
It's
Mr.
so
Chairman.
clear.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion that we authorize up to $100,000 for the construction of the 12-inch roundabout bypass.
I'll
Guess
second
that's
that
what I
motion.
call it.
motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Kenny.
Kenny, great job finding that. Why?
That was Tetra Tech. Yeah, that was big.
That was big because that was going to really cause troubles.
Okay, moving on to staff reports. Gary, your update?
Yes, board members, I'm going to try and provide you a monthly update of the major projects that the staff is working on. And I was a little late getting it into the packet this time, but next time I'll make sure I get it into your packet ahead of time. If you have any questions.
Was that presented to us?
This.
Yeah, it's one sheet.
I don't have it.
Excel.
Oh, this one? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I thought this was engineering task authorization update. So, okay, go ahead.
So that's just an update on the major projects that the staff is working on. You know, I'll try and keep you updated on a monthly basis on those.
And Gary, what is your, what is it, 3 weeks? You guys have been on board? Just
Correct.
2 or 3 weeks. What is your primary focus?
You have a lot of catch up to do.
So you're sitting back, getting acclimated,
Yeah,
learning the ins and outs.
initially I sat down with Laura and Scott. We went over the projects and started trying to disperse them to see who's working on what and make sure somebody wasn't overloaded. Trying to spread those projects out among staff.
So I think what we're going to want to do, not today, but maybe at the next board meeting, I think we just need to make sure that the board, that we're understanding our priorities and what we are asking Premier to do. So they're in line with what our priorities are.
Yeah, I was going to clarify that today and make sure, because we all got an email from Cal, and I thought that was a pretty good synopsis he made. Do you see Gary and I support to the assistant district manager, or is she part of the management team reporting to the PDM? Well, I think it's the latter. That's been the team that we elected to do. I understood the expectations of the board was for PDM to become management team, providing leadership, daily operation link to the board to fulfill expectations. And I think that's the way we do it until we learn something that would change that. Along that line, and one of the things that I haven't seen recently, and I don't know to what extent we have control over it, but where are we on this district manager position? These resumes that I've read aren't worth the paper they're written on. We need to change focus, and I'd like to take and suggest that we get Cal to offer us a proposal for them taking over and doing the bird dogging, finding a new district manager. Because I don't think we're getting it out on the street like we should, because the people that are responding back, they have no more qualifications for this job. Man to moon.
How many resumes have you seen? I've seen none.
About 20 some.
Me too.
They're in the folder.
Which folder?
The share folder. I did mention this to Laura before. While I know we posted correctly, government, I do believe most of the candidates looking at it, they are really confused what this position is. Because they see district manager, they assume it's the district manager from a store. Because most of it is retail district manager. And I know, we talk and you say it says right there what it is, but I don't think they're taking that step
Totally agree.
We're targeting.
Okay, so here's what I'll do. I will take that. I'll take the title, and I'll give it to someone on my team and have them do some analytics on it to see what title we should be running it under, what the market demographic is. So I'll get some market research on it, and I'll circulate that to the board. Because you're right. I mean, the title could be thrown off. Some of the verbiage that we're using could be, and also we got to figure out where would someone look for this job?
Midwest.
No, I mean, just like what would they go to a job board? Would they go to a county site? Would they, so.
Well, this is why I'm saying Cal's got that experience. Let's let them do it. They know what they're doing. They've done this stuff
We'd be more than
before.
happy to help. And I think Cal is going to.
But wasn't that part of the scope in the beginning?
Yeah.
At least
No, they offered to it, but we never said anything to them. And I think it's time to go back to them and say, Cal, is this good? Expand on what you're proposing to do. And my thing is let's get them involved and get going so that we can maybe get on a nationwide deal trying to find somebody, because where we're at isn't doing it. And I totally agree with you. We're not even hitting the audience.
Yeah. So let me take this back and see if I can get some better direction. Now, with PDM, they're not a search firm, and they're not a staffing firm. I do think there's some expertise that you have because you're in the business. You should have some contacts.
We've done it before.
You can shake the trees a little bit, but I wouldn't expect them to do, all the documentation, all the stuff, unless they're capable of doing it, because we need to make sure that things are documented.
Well, let's find out from them, because they did mention at one time when we first talked, I think Cal Bennett mentioned at the meeting, a figure of around 10,000. And as I recall, our other numbers have been around 30,000. So if they can do it for 10, I'm saying let them expand on it.
Laura, I have a question. From your district manager meetings, I'm assuming there must be a roster. An email blast networking with the people that you and Chris have met and saying, hey, we have an open position, because talk about targeting the audience. That's the audience you want.
Yeah,
we just
have posted on FASD as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's out there for people who are actually part of special districts. It was posted out there. We got nothing. Not a single person.
Say what scares me on that? Money.
Yeah. Well, look.
Money.
Okay.
Because we were warned. We were warned. Our friend from Joe DeCerbo, he warned us. You're looking at $180,000 to get in the game.
Well, right now we don't have somebody who can give anything to it. But
so okay, yes, because I was going to ask an update. We've got 3 positions that are open: Public Works, District Manager, Finance Manager. Where are we at with? I know, so District Manager, we're not very far at all. Do we have any progress on the Finance Manager or on the Public?
I was told to stop, so I haven't.
Who told you to stop?
I was given that direction. I was told in exact words that I would not be hiring a finance manager anytime soon.
Who did that come from?
It came from those guys who said the direction that was from the board.
We have not made any.
I didn't hear that.
I sat with Cal.
Laura said she got direction that not to proceed on the finance manager.
That was not
Totally agree.
direction,
I totally agree.
but that was not direction from the
we-
board.
we haven't
We
made
want to
that-
get the district manager in here first before we hire and determine what we need.
But that wasn't the direction
That's
from
not
the
the
board.
direction of the board.
It was quite
So, and I think
opposite.
we need to be very careful that the, the direction, the direction to PDM comes from the board, doesn't come from the chair directly, doesn't come from any individual board member. We have to all be in agreement with that. We can't be telling these people what to do if it doesn't come from the boardroom. It completely defeats the purpose.
We have to go based on their recommendations, and their recommendations is that we don't do it.
They don't.
They didn't
But
recommend that to us.
But
Do what?
hold on.
I think we need
Yeah,
to get
but
Mike.
they didn't
With all due
recommend it to me.
respect, they've only been engaged for 3 weeks with the
That was
district.
after a week that I was told that.
You know,
Yeah.
they have no historical
Let's-
knowledge
let's-
other than what happened, you know,
Let's-
Scott was here 10, you know.
Let's do this. Let's bring in and have a meeting with them at the next meeting on discussing this before we go any further.
I disagree. I think we have more operational knowledge of what the
Yeah.
district needs.
There's a need
More so
for it.
than somebody coming in who might have institutional knowledge, but has no idea how the district's being run today.
Totally disagree.
That's
Okay.
Totally
fine.
disagree.
I agree with you, Doug.
I
I
agree,
think we
I
w-
agree with you, Doug. I think
I
that
mean,
we
and
need
with
to
all due
continue.
respect to Scott and Gary and Cal, but
Yeah.
we've been sitting at this table. We have been working directly
We
with.
we could be
with
3 or 4
staff.
months before we get a district manager and then start all over
I mean,
again.
So
I understand that, Bob, but I'm not saying, let's talk to them first to find out what their guidance is and recommendations to us before we jump. That's why we hire a district manager.
I don't think I don't think it would be
And
fair to them
honestly-
to ask them
and-
that question. I think they would need at least 2 months to get to know the ins and out. When you ask him the first, what is his priority? His priority is getting to know. He doesn't know yet. So for
Well,
him
but-
to know our needs, let me finish that. For him to know our needs is gonna take time and we don't have time. So we should attack the problem from all different angles. And I think we should continue with the position that we had, which is looking for those replacements for those 3 positions. That's all I have to say.
Well, and my other, because you asked, you brought up something like, what is the hierarchy? In my opinion, we brought PDM to be a consultant. Scott has expertise in his area. He's managing projects that fall within his area of expertise. He's got boots on the ground, limited capacity, and he's doing that. Gary's position, well, Kyle kind of is overseeing everything from a distance. So he provides, let's say, leader oversight. Gary's position, in my opinion, is more of an operational consultant. Because even Gary doesn't have institutional knowledge of what we've been doing for the past, however long. Laura's got institutional knowledge, has worked alongside with Chris. So I would have a hard time giving ultimate approval rights to Gary, no offense, but you don't have any historical knowledge. You don't know what our priorities are. You don't have, so to me, Gary's there to assist from a consultant perspective, to assist Laura as we are looking to find a permanent district manager. He's here to provide oversight based on his experience, bringing that and working alongside with Laura. But if Kenny has a problem, if there's a break and he has to shut something down, he needs to call Laura for approval.
No.
Not Gary.
No, he's got to call Gary.
Well,
That's the whole
I
idea
disagree
of
with
this.
that. I think we need to have a vote
okay,
on.
I agree with that.
Gary's only been here 3 weeks. He doesn't know the impact of this district.
But
Gary is going to make sure of who answers that question. He may not answer it himself, but he will know. In this particular case, he would go to Scott, but with that type of a question. He'd
if
go
it
to
got to
Scott.
go through Gary, otherwise why is he here?
Yeah. No, I totally disagree. That's not the way you do
In
it.
the order hierarchy, but where I was saying that I totally agree with you is we need to be in the search for positions. Laura should not be restricted on looking for, the positional people to fill the openings we have. I think we should get all the openings we can. We don't need to sit and wait for a district manager. But for the day-to-day, like you just described, that's why Gary's here.
That's why Gary's here.
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think
Respect.
Gary's
Yeah.
position is a consultant role.
You get 2 chiefs if you're gonna do it that way. You don't need 2 chiefs. Don't worry.
Because we didn't make him as a consultant. We made him as acting.
They
district
are
manager.
they are the district manager. That is correct. They are the acting.
Yeah, that's the
district manager.
assumption I had when I took the job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with that. If
Staff's
it's a
pretty good.
financial issue that comes up, then Gary could go straight to Laura with that and assign
That would be
whatever
the normal
duties or
thing to do anyway.
responsibilities. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
for this, I think they would be working together,
And that's fine,
you know?
as long as the direction's coming from the board.
So it's gonna be fine if they agree. When they don't agree,
Yeah.
that's when we're gonna have
Well,
a
that's,
problem. but
I
yeah.
just, I want to make sure that we're,
I want to make sure I understand the questions, and what you're posing.
well, it's not really, what I'm trying to make sure that we're doing is part of what I think Gary's responsibility is bringing his expertise along with Laura as the assistant district manager. At some point, Gary's going away, Scott's going away.
Correct.
We need to make sure that our staff continues to be educated, gains experience, and knowledge as we go through this process, you know, so.
Right. You also have a succession problem that you gotta deal with. You've got
Yeah,
people out here
we've
working
had
by
that.
themselves and they.
We've had no
backups.
succession planning until now, so.
Well, that's why I want to bring this up, because I totally believe that what Cal said was the expectations of the board, is that they're the management team. Everybody reports to them. They then make the determination of who they go to within staff to answer questions. So if Kenny or anybody else has a question, whether it be wetlands or anybody, they go straight to Gary.
Yeah,
And
it's working
Gary
out.
makes the decision of whether it's a Scott deal, a Laura deal, or anybody else.
Yeah, my only concern with that is just they have no knowledge of, I mean, they're still getting there.
You know, these people really help me.
Yeah, that's good. As long as you're working with staff and they're assisting in those decisions. then-
I haven't heard anything that would result or lead to believe that there's a problem. with
Well,
what
the
we're
only
doing.
thing that I heard was Laura said that she was told
Yeah,
not to
that's,
be
yeah.
looking for candidates.
And if we need
Well,
to get,
that's a
if we need
problem.
to get that squared away, we have
Yeah.
a discussion with Cal.
We can do
Most,
that
okay, so
next
Laura,
week.
the,
Okay.
Because I want Cal's input, because obviously there was something there as to why and what the theory was behind that.
Well, and we all need to hear that. So that's
Well,
therefore,
that's why I said, bring
bring
Cal,
them here, yeah.
bring Cal in the
Well,
next meeting.
as we sit right now, we've got 3 open positions: Public Works, District Manager, Finance Manager. We should be actively pursuing all 3 of those positions.
Absolutely.
Public Works I was not pursuing because we hadn't decided exactly what level that person was gonna be
Well,
at, so I have
yeah.
not begun a search for that role yet.
And that's fine, because I did talk with Scott, and I said, hey, part of your role is to help us determine what we need. So again, that's where your consultant piece comes in.
I
But we
would
do
say
have,
having Scott here has been fantastic.
Yeah.
He's been super
So,
helpful,
but we do need to land on that sooner rather than later, because again, we
Yeah.
are up against the clock.
Yep.
And that's why I'm almost thinking that we don't know what level we're gonna need, but we probably need to be putting something out there to see what kind of response is gonna be generated. Okay, all right, let's continue to move forward.
We have to move very far forward.
We have, right. So Gary, is there anything on this priority list that we should be aware of? Anything at risk? Anything that,
Like I say, this is, I've been very lucky. The staff has been very informative. What you're looking at is where these projects stand at the present time. And then each month I'll keep you updated. And then
Okay.
at the next meeting, we'll have Cal come and try and update you on the plans for institutional improvements on the district, if you like that.
Okay, one other thing I'd like to see added to this, and I've talked to Gary about it. The board in the past has indicated that we wanted to get the Passarella type of GIS approach for our residents online. We voted money to do that this coming year. We said that Passarella is illogical because it's just a duplication of what they've already done with Pelican, but that hasn't hit their agenda yet, and I want to make sure that we're pursuing that. It's October 1st.
I think we
Budgeted for it.
Yep,
It's
there was
it's very, 5,000. I
No,
think
there
that's,
was 25,000 put in the budget under, and I'll find a spot, because when Brian Bashir was here, we made sure that that stayed in. And I watched that all through the budget.
I think you're right.
I watched it through
I
the
think you're
budget
right.
process.
so
We
who-
put in
we did.
25 grand.
where would that fall on staff?
Would have been under Bashir at the time, but
So it would have been Public Works. So
Public
I will
Works.
tell you this, we're gonna have to, respectfully,
Yeah,
we're gonna have to
I
hold on that
remember that.
just for a little bit, because that would fall under Scott's
It's a
jurisdiction,
little overwhelming
and
right
his plate is full right now.
now. Yeah.
well, I mean, okay, I respectfully hear that, but this is a real easy thing. The blueprint's there. All they do is put in our data. Once we engage them, there's nothing for us to do.
So Laura, why don't, go ahead, Scott.
Well, go ahead. Maybe I had words over.
Yeah.
That was simply put. Scott Connell. Oh, gosh, where do I start? When I first came on board as operations manager 8 years ago, whenever it was, I forget the year. In my first week, the Tetra Tech had brought in the GIS consultant to talk about it. And then it was accepted by the board, and it's been built. And over the, from that time forward, it continues to be a living, breathing document. And I have used that document. I'm intimately familiar with how all that works and the layers that are built, because I've helped contribute to that on the Pelican Preserve side. And I've seen it at other communities as well in the area. And it's a fantastic tool. Now, I don't know what currently has been used here. I haven't had that opportunity or time to talk with Austin to get into that. But I truly believe the product that they're producing and the effort that they do is worthwhile. And again, it's a great tool. So the more we put into it, the more information, be it as-built and current updates from Kenny, from Elle, from everybody, it's a valuable tool for down the road.
The district has used it up to now as an in-house tool. That's what Austin worked on. That was always from beginning to the end, only be in-house versus Chris. Whereas the Pelican tool can be used that way, but it's also resident focused, which has a lot more information. And that's what we were trying to accomplish this budget year, was to begin the resident focused portion.
So I guess the question is, knowing what's on your plate, what's the level of effort to get that kicked off? It's just a matter of
coordinating in-house with documents and getting together with Passarella, with Phil over there and or Ken Passarella, personal friends, and we can kick that off.
So why don't you just go and see if you know,
and just throw it on this list, we can be.
If it's something you can manage, or if it's something that another member of staff or the leadership team can.
Austin would be able to handle all that.
I'm looking too, yeah.
2022, there are $0.
That's what I thought. So I'm looking at the same thing.
I'll have to dig it out again. I don't have my budget.
I'm looking at the
Okay,
same
it was in there under, I can't tell you where, Laura, but I know the final budget we passed, it was there.
Can we ask, just maybe reach out to Stephen and just say there's a.
I'll be happy to help coordinate.
Yeah, thank you. So just reach out to Stephen and see where, because I did think we put some dollars.
I
think we scaled it back.
It got scaled back to 25, but we left it 25.
All right, so that's a takeaway. We'll look at that.
Because that's not going to be the total cost. That's the first year.
Right. Okay, so moving on to assistant manager report, Laura.
I think we talked about pretty much everything online already.
I just basically with the Premier, I've been working with Gary and Scott and Cal, not as much, to transition projects and just kind of get them up to speed on what we've been doing around here. The license plate readers, Bob did contact me. He said that the other 4 were going to go at Pelican. Where would we put 4 cameras at Pelican? That's where I could see
Entrance and exit, I thought.
2. Because I think it's one each way, but yeah.
I didn't know the number, but I know we
were going to do it.
Well, there's supposed to be
Gateway
2 each at 82 and Griffin, and then 82 and Gateway, and then Daniels and Gateway. So that's 6. So I guess it would make sense 2 on the entrance and then 2 on the exit would be the other 4.
Yeah, I don't think we were putting them on the
You know,
construction.
I don't remember. I couldn't,
Two.
I went back and listened to the meeting and I couldn't decipher. That's why I put that in my update. I
No,
couldn't
we did,
decipher
it
where they
was
were
only
gonna go.
2 for Pelican.
So there's still 2 more.
They need to be included.
It was
Because of
2,
main
it was
changes.
2, 6.
Yeah.
Well, there's 2
And we
at
went to
82 and Griffin, 2 at 82
8
and
total.
Gateway,
8
2
total.
at Daniels and
Yeah.
Gateway,
It was Stony
and then
Brook,
2 at
4,
Pelican.
6,
Here.
Pelican,
8.
Yeah.
I
So
don't,
it's
I
just
don't know the
8.
number we added. I just knew we included.
I think it's 8.
8,
Whatever the
okay.
calculus is.
Okay, then I'm
Because it's entrance to
good.
Gateway, Griffin,
Daniels and Gateway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 82 and Gateway, 82
then
and
Pelican.
Griffin,
The only one we
Daniels and
did not
Gateway.
have was
Oh,
Commerce Lakes.
Commerce Lakes.
We did not have
we
Commerce
didn't do
Lakes.
it there.
And we could there if we're gonna do 10, because we budgeted, I got them to waive the installation fees because we only had 25,000.
Your biggest problem there is power.
It's solar, there's no word, there's
Oh,
no
it's
issue.
solar?
It's solar and cellular.
solar.
If we
They're-
budgeted 10, then I think because you want all of your entrances.
It'd be nice if
and
we had them all.
Yes.
covered, or else
Absolutely.
you've got to.
So Commerce
If somebody's
then,
gonna do something, they're gonna go out the one that doesn't have a camera.
Yeah. So,
Oh, I think knowing that the brewery is gonna be there, I think Commerce on this side would be better because it turns.
Well-
Is it by charter or is it, we need to decide now, is it by the charter school that we're gonna put it, like the elementary charter? Or is it gonna be by what the brewery is gonna be expanding it to? The Commerce Lake that
I
way?
think we put it by the charter school for now, and then think about adding.
Well, see, we
Later
have
on.
two other exits onto Daniels, one at the, no, there's 3 other exits.
There's
if you get
3,
down-
yeah.
3 other exits if you get down to that detail.
Yeah. Okay.
but they're more in, more heavily traveled areas too.
So I guess for us, I think this is something that Lee County may be working and telling us what they would think it's best, because there's a reason why for the cameras, so what would they think?
But the six that we talked about or initially, that was the 6 cameras that were recommended by Lee County and the sheriff, to have 2 each at the 82 in Griffin, 82 in Gateway, and Daniels in
correct.
Gateway. That's the ones that they wanted to focus on. And then when we were doing the budgeting, the board decided to budget for an additional 4 cameras.
Well, at the conversation, he hadn't considered Pelican as part of Gateway, the
Right,
sheriff's deputy.
right.
And we just brought into the fact that they are a part of this district.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why we added it.
Okay.
So maybe we just circle back and say, hey, we didn't talk about these other 3 secondary.
Well, I just need to tell them where to install them, because we budgeted for 10. So we're good. And I said I got him to drop the installation charges
so
because I
that's why we need to
explained.
decide now.
I think we do the other, so if we've got an extra, I think we do the entrance over by the charter school, because there's more volume, more traffic there, I would imagine.
There would be, yeah, I would agree. There'd be
Yeah.
more volume there
So
than there would
Commerce
be at the
and-
others.
Commerce and
Is it
Commonwealth Drive and
Daniels.
Daniels.
Commonwealth and Daniels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
And then the last one we talked about already.
Yeah.
And Tony, I was just wondering, making sure that you had a chance, because I know I sent you the agreement from Flock. And you mentioned, I remember you mentioning something about the font being really small. So if you could take a look at that, and so I can get that
Yeah,
back
they
to
have,
him, please.
Like 8 or 9 size font. It makes it interesting to read. I think it was 10, but it was.
Really small.
Oh, yeah. 24 pages of single.
And you're going to give me a tutorial on the OneDrive shared folder.
I will.
Read that.
Laura, anything else from you?
No.
Okay,
Thank you
perfect.
for lowering.
Kenny, I know we talked, was there anything else that you want to talk about? Okay, great. L, is there any questions for L around the landscape report or stormwater report?
On the pictures, you had the red. Are those ones that were going back, following up on the last meeting, going back to those owners of those LMEs and telling them to clean up their mess?
Well, I was waiting for the board to say that that's what they wanted me to do. Like I say, there's a lot of them, and some of it's gateway property, some of it's private property, some of it's golf course property. So, you know.
I will say notify all. The ones that are ours, we should be taking care of it. The ones that don't belong to us should be notified. And they
Wait a minute, the LMEs are all ours.
Yeah,
No, she said,
well, I think El may refer to the underlying fee simple title, but if the easements are ours, then we
Yeah,
should notify them to not interfere with our easements.
yeah, that's what we're doing, is basically. they're
What
interfering with
about,
our
what about
LME.
on private property? There's a lot of overhanging tree.
So-
It's not widespread up and down one pond, but there's areas, individual areas on individual lots. I mean, you might have a row of palm trees out there and you got to go up in the yard, go around them.
Well, I'll give you an example of what my impression would be on this, because I saw the 2 of them. One is over there at Daniels Preserve, that pond we talked about at the last
79.
meeting, 79. That is clearly a responsibility of that property owner to keep that LME open to where we can get in and work. It's just, it's underbrush. And then the other one would be the, down here on the triangular piece of property that, I don't know even who owns that little 7 acres, right past the 60 inch. It
Oh,
goes
right there
down
at
130,
Flowway number 4.
just before you get to flowway number 4. That, the backside upon 130,
Mhm.
across from Hidden Links, that is a disaster. I mean,
And it has been since before I started working here, and I
But-
tried years ago to
well,
clean that up, and I was told I couldn't spend
keep
money
in
on
mind who
somebody
you were
else's
fighting
property.
against. You were fighting against the declarant. It was WCI. They owned it. They weren't going to do nothing. They let it go that way.
Okay.
But
Okay,
that would,
we
those
can-
would
we
be
can
examples
move
of
forward
ones
with
that we need to be able to get in and do.
Right. There was another spot too that I didn't show on here because it's not really a lake bank, but if you go to the Gateway Pool and you look straight back towards the FPL easement, that is nothing but exotics back there. It
That
is-
one,
Yes,
on the bottom.
Brazilian pepper trees, acacias, and it's just a solid mess of them
What's
back
that
there.
page?
now,
And that's your view at the pool.
66. Now, L, won't that be, correct me if I'm wrong, but
That's
won't that
Gateway
be,
property.
that's FPL property? isn't
I
it?
was gonna say.
No. A good bit of portion of that is Gateway. Some of it is on the FPL easement, some of it's on Gateway property.
Okay.
And another thing too, now, I'll be first one to stand up and say, yay, let's get rid of these pepper trees. Second thing I have to point out is it costs money to do this. And these have been there for 30 years.
What page?
I don't have a page. I did not get proposals.
Well, what pond we're at?
Pretty much Lake 114. Let's take that one.
Whereabouts on 114?
It is down behind the
Oh, you ones
pool.
we just talked about?
Down behind the, yes. There. There's a
Page
couple
66.
others, Lake
Page
130.
66.
Across from Hidden Links,
Yeah.
Lake 122,
Yeah, that deal across from Hidden Links is so full of peppers, it's not funny.
Lake 120, 122,
Can the pepper trees?
not 122, I'm sorry.
Handle like a Melaleuca where you go around, core the bark around that area? And what is that?
You can do that. You can kill them in place, but they, the trunks and limbs skeletonize and never go away. You have to cut
Well, I
them.
was just saying, until we get the money to do it, plan
Well,
for the future. So at least send somebody out there and just kill them.
Yeah,
Rather than appropriating.
I would agree to go into a major deal to get rid of those peppers and other exotics. But right now, I'm just talking LME. Before you can run, you gotta walk.
Yeah.
We got one hell of a lot of LMEs that need to be cleaned up first.
And the ones we get assigned to the principal owner, great, do that
Yes.
immediately.
Yes.
The ones we assign to us,
Yes.
let's measure it out.
But, and again, what the property owner may say is that's your easement. We don't care if you have vegetation, and if you want to use your easement, you can keep it clean. If, in other words, if their vegetation is not coming over onto our easement, if the vegetation is in the easement, and it's.
Not helping.
I understand.
I'm only talking about the vegetation that's in the easement.
Yeah, not planted, like, if it's planted like palms that somebody else planted, they need to get those out. If it's exotics that just accrued over time, then I think we have the obligation to get rid of it.
But if
We
they
have
own
it.
the land, whether it's our
Well,
easement or not, they're not entitled to
Then
have it.
I would ask the question, wouldn't the permit, who is gonna be responsible for the maintaining permit and not the exotics there? We don't own it. We only have the LME. They
Correct.
own it. So then, I'm sorry, here's a letter and
Yeah, we're
copy
not
the county.
entitled to have
Yeah, county.
exotics in.
Right
in
here,
our
they're exceeding their permit for how many exotics they have. So I think one approach is a letter from us saying,
Take
here's
the
we're gonna
exotics
do
off
it.
the
If you're not gonna
property.
do it, we're gonna let
There you
the
go.
county, I mean,
Yeah, if the county code say you can't have exotics, you need to remove them.
There you go.
that's,
Okay,
sorry.
yeah, that's their property. They need to remove them under that, under that
Yep.
system.
I agree.
Okay.
And L,
Okay.
one last comment
Sorry.
on the
No,
report.
no, I wasn't thinking about the codes.
Item
Yeah.
D,
No,
where you
no,
talk
I'm
about the
thinking something
aerators, you got some of them were not
No
working on the
apologies.
data.
Yeah,
I know we only have about 8 or 9 ponds or 12, some limited number. Could we
we have
thinking more than
34 aeration units out there. Daniel's.
how many ponds?
Well, Daniels Preserve, all 8 ponds, all 14 ponds in
Okay, so
Hampton
we're up to
Park.
22. Okay, whatever the
no,
number is. Could we have a red,
okay.
yellow, green is all I'm looking for, rather than some.
All of those have been
Of
repaired.
the number that we have, whatever, pick the number, how many are working, how many aren't, that's all.
All but 2 are
Then-
currently
then that's
working.
fine. We got
Everywhere.
86 of them and 2 aren't working, rather than
These-
some. To give me an order of magnitude on the problem.
Gotcha.
If it's only 2 of 86, that's not a big problem.
Yeah.
If it's 84 of
There was-
86, it's a big problem.
There was 5 when I did this
Well, I
report.
mean, each
Those parts have since come in and been repaired. However, I do know there's 2 additional ones that just went out and
Just a snapshot each month where we are.
that's it. Okay. And also, just to follow, and I know you want to move on, but the data loggers. We need to replace our staff gauges. Our staff gauges, most of our staff gauges for the data loggers, which I calibrate on a monthly basis. I am using a tape measure to measure from the top of the structure to the top of the water and do the math because our staff gauges
How
are
much do those
warped.
cost? How much do those cost?
I don't have costs on
Okay,
those,
yeah, so
but I
just
just wanted
submit
to
it.
know if
What happened to it?
they're warped and faded out to the point that they are next to unreadable.
Yeah, so just,
And I have 2 Pelican Preserve just approved to replace a modem in one that is over in Pelican. And we have to replace a modem at the Weir in Stony Brook. They are still collecting data. It's just that we can't access it without going and plugging a computer into.
But Pelican funded it for their.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they did that one. And that
Okay,
one
so
came
we
from
just need
02.
cost.
The other one is coming out of
yeah,
01.
just submit the cost and
Okay, on staff gauges?
Yeah. Yeah, for whatever you need.
Okay, there's a couple of ways you can go there. We can go with the old wooden gauges or the vinyl
Just
gauges,
whatever,
which we
whatever
have,
you think.
Your recommendation,
which are warped. Stainless steel is the way to go.
take the win.
Whatever
Your
you think is
recommendation.
the
Stainless steel
best
is the way to
solution,
go.
just submit it.
I have gone forward with requesting bathymetric surveys. I went out with that again. I contacted 10 different vendors. I've had proposals from $277 per surface acres to $50 per surface acre. Quite the difference.
Wow.
So the $50 per surface acre, I wrote back and I double checked. I did not want another situation like we had when Mr. Bashir was here. Is that for one pond? Is that for all ponds? I need to clarify this. That's for all 109 surface acres. Well, that's pretty good. What kind of a report do you supply after that? So I have a sample report if all of you would like to look at it.
Yeah.
I would.
It's very nice. It's really detailed.
And this is the $50 guy?
This the
This is the $50 guy. Now,
It's
this is only
5,000
on one
total.
pond that he did. This is a report on one pond that
That's
they
a
did for
sample.
another
What's his
community.
frequency of his cross sections?
I don't know. I forgot.
Well, I mean, that makes a hell of a difference. If you got
Look at-
one
will
guy
you
doing
please look
cross
at the
sections every
report?
100 feet and another guy doing them every 300 feet, we need to know what the cross section deal is.
And on the spreadsheet there, if I have a reply yes with a pound sign, that means I just have not received the number from them. Others that have a zero, they replied yes, they do it, but I have not received a proposal.
El, just out of curiosity, so aquagenics is on
Yeah,
here?
that one, yeah, that's out the window.
Okay.
I just wanted you to see that number.
Yeah, okay.
You needed to see the number because
Oh.
they
That's
may
the
not
most
be
expensive?
Aquagenics anymore. They are still D'Angelo Contracting Services, which is DCS at the bottom.
Yeah.
And I just have not gotten an updated number from them on an updated proposal. We
And
had
did
several
you-
vendors that declined to submit a
When you
proposal.
looked at the bids, could you see any significant difference between submittal 1 and submittal 3? So the 277 versus the
I
50?
didn't get a sample report from Home Montez. The difference being here is, number one, does not do core samples, and they do not take those samples to the lab. Number three, said they would do 2 core samples from each pond in the area designated by staff or Gateway Services, and send those to the lab and provide a report on the sample readings.
Why does the one say 142 acres and the other one say 109? They both. should
Well,
be getting
because the
same deal.
first one I sent out, as you pointed out to me in an email, Ed. Remember, I had 100, because I had 2 other ponds. I also had Lake 132, Flowway number 1, and Lake 97 on that original proposal. And I believe I might have also had another pond, Lake 114.
Yeah.
And those are not truck line ponds. You sent out another list. You sent out a separate list to somebody. So I amended my list to match yours.
So these are not apples and apples then?
They are absolutely apples to apples.
I'm lost. One's based on 142 and one's based on 109.
Well, I did that so you could see that they charge $277 per surface acre. If you break it down per
So you did the
surface
math.
acre.
Oh, this is just for the math. Okay.
That's
okay,
correct.
okay,
Just for the
okay,
math.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. Well, what we need to see a copy of both reports to see what we're getting.
Okay.
Because
That's
all
it.
I know is that the last one, without getting in mentioning names that we got one on, wasn't worth the paper it was written on. So
Which one
I'm
was-
very leary of somebody
I-
that does not understand what we're trying to achieve by this data. that
Are
we're
you talking
getting.
about the one that's not in here?
Yes.
Okay.
No, that one is in here. It is number 8.
Oh, yes, yes. that one.
Oh, yeah, that is, yeah.
He did a good job over there with you guys, right?
But mathematics, he didn't do no course.
Okay.
All we wanted to know is the topography.
Yeah, he did it for us at Magnolia, and it was so, it was.
That's
horrible.
not all. He
Not even
also
close to
did,
being accurate.
he also did 6 ponds before that we remember we did like
Yeah, we did them, but we never
116.
checked them. Yeah, we don't know if they're accurate. We did check
Yeah,
Magnolia.
we didn't have somebody else come in behind them and do another one.
Did you do that over there at Pelican? Or was he the number 8 is the only one that did a Pelican? Have you ever had another vendor there?
We had Gulf Coast University come and do a couple.
And was it,
Serge Thomas
it
had
was
some
a
students
it
out.
was a,
They were consistent. Again, didn't do core samples, weren't it?
Mhm.
Our ponds weren't old enough to need it.
but I think Ed's, on 83, it wasn't the core samples that was the issue.
It was the depth. It was
Yeah.
the depth.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you
Way
can
off.
ever check that, I mean, within range, because what you check it one time, you come back the next night, you're never gonna hit the same spot
Yeah.
twice, what I'm trying to say. And there's so much variation on the bottom.
Well, if you
Okay.
do, if you do it with some type of a GPS system, you should be able to go out there and hit the same spot really close.
Oh, we weren't using GPS.
Now
we
that,
weren't- we
there's probably a big difference right there.
Well,
I have a
sure.
feeling the
No,
second guy's not doing
no,
GPS.
yes, he does.
He
He
does?
absolutely assured me, yes, they do.
Then I'd like to see a copy of the report of both vendors.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Anything else for L?
Well, this is the report. This is the copy of the report from that vendor number 3, right?
Yes, it is.
He's
Yeah,
saying
so
he
it's
wants
there.
one for one.
This is typical of what he gets out.
But no,
Oh, he
so
wants it from
that
one,
is a
okay.
typical. So yes, I'll request sample reports from anyone that submits a proposal.
Perfect.
How about that?
Al, the only thing I have for you, and it's actually for Jim, and I know he's not here. If there's any way they can summarize the landscaping report, I think there's a little bit of redundance with the weekly. I'm okay with the first page, so page 16 out of the agenda. And then in the mainscape, I want to keep that report, the monthly one. Oh, hi, you were there. I thought you left. Sorry. So yeah, so if, I just think that, I personally think there's no need, I don't know how the board feels, but I just think on the weekly, like we mow, I think we can save some trees on that. Just a summary, just like how you do the ponds or just how you do the first page. I think, right? Does the board agree?
Yeah. I'm okay.
Okay. And then I know I did send Jim, welcome back, by the way, a little list. And I appreciate you responding it and getting all of it done. Thank you. No problem. Do we want to, is it L or is it you that's presenting right now? I don't even know. Is it ponds? Or is
Yes.
it-
Well, L was on the agenda because we weren't sure that
If Jim-
Jim was gonna be
okay.
back, yeah.
And because I made the report.
Okay.
I was following, I don't know if you're aware, I filled in for Jim while he was out on top of my normal regular duties. And went out and did the landscape inspections and sent out customer service requests and proposal requests and put this report together.
Great, thank
So
you.
that's why I was reading.
All right.
The other thing that's not on my report is holiday decor, which I still handle that too. I forgot to put that on there. We had the lights up on the trees. Well, it is, season's coming up. The decorations should be up just before Thanksgiving.
Great, thank you.
Who's
the rest
doing
of-
ours this year? Here?
It is Tropics.
Tropics, yes.
Is it the
Yeah.
same vendor?
There was a.
It is the same vendor.
Yeah.
And yes, we talked about what we found last
Yes,
year.
I was gonna
and
just
we are
ask
go-
you for if
yes.
they can take care of that issue.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So back to Littorals. What size do you want me to ask for? I can get whatever size you want. They come from bare root to 3 gallon or 25 gallon if you're doing a tree.
What's the Lee County, we talking about on the,
Yes.
the ponds?
You can't find 2-inch liners. You can go to
That's-
4-inch.
Well, that's what the county was recommending in 418. So you're saying that 2s aren't available?
2s aren't available.
So
Do we want 4s?
what's the alternative?
4-inch,
Going down, what's the other size?
bare
Bare
root.
root.
Because
You're
honestly,
wasting money on bare root. Everybody
honestly,
tells me it's a waste of money.
honestly, a 2-inch liner is about that big around. It's
Yeah.
not even, it's not really 2 by 2.
Again, I'm going by the people that are making the recommendation, and that's the county. But if they don't have 2s, then we have to go to 4s. Alls I know is I've heard so much people negative
Okay.
about bare root that it's a waste of
4.
money.
4,
Okay.
okay, that's your answer.
Okay,
Now, just out of curiosity, do we, since this is a pilot, do we want to do 4-inch in one section and do bare root in the other and just see what shakes out?
I wouldn't have a problem.
I don't have a
Yeah,
problem with that.
I wouldn't have a
Maybe
problem
we,
with that.
so maybe you get a little creative and have some,
We
I'll
had
get-
more
I'll get with
success
Mettel.
Less plants, first, larger plants, but less. And then they spread pretty quickly in a year or two.
Well, if you got a bare surface, they better spread quicker. You're gonna have erosion.
No,
Big time.
they did, that was their experience.
And-
I don't think
and
I don't
also
think our
when-
bears,
when we're- when
I
we're
don't think our
planting
bears
too.
survived. I think our bears all died. We tried that. So we
Okay.
went with a bigger plant, but
We used bare root
greater space.
when we planted Lake 83.
The second time, and it was, I mean, I just pulled
Did it
up a
work?
picture, the second time around, yes. I mean,
Okay.
it went,
Well, I'm sure when you plant probably makes a difference too.
Stone.
Yeah.
well, no, so that was,
No, we had
and I have that for our pond,
Well-
because it's not on the stone, it's after the toe, like, right? It's after. the
Yeah,
thing,
it's
and
down just
it's-
below the riprap toe.
Well, I'll
So-
support what they
so
said. It's
the
a pilot.
wetland.
Do what you
Yeah.
want,
Yeah.
but know what you did.
Yeah, yeah.
Try some different things and see what it does.
Document. Okay, perfect. So let's keep going. Cause we are so far
Yeah,
behind.
this is what it looks like now.
We're gonna move to, action items.
We can skip the pool one. We do not need the extra funds. Tim worked very hard and was able to get it down to $29,900. So we do not need to, we can skip that agenda item.
Don't need to do this.
How about the
Correct.
extra funds?
We don't need
For
the extra
patio.
funds for the pool furniture. We got it under 30. Tim worked real hard and got it down to $29,900.
Thank you,
And if
Tim.
we,
But that side business long, so you can pick up.
yeah. I was gonna ask you questions anyway.
Tim Holland, Gateway Pools Supervisor. You want to ask me a question first? What do you got?
Mr. Chairman,
I know we budgeted money for the filter system. Is that,
Actually, yeah, that was on my report, but
Okay.
yes. So actually, that was second. So the furniture was first. Laura just spoke about that.
Okay.
While Laura was on her vacation, we settled on a company, Suncoast Furniture. And on Monday, I dropped off a check, which Laura was able to get through on her day off through Infomark. So the deposit's done. We paid half. And the furniture should be a tentative delivery around probably the 1st of March. We'll have it delivered. I'll shut the pool down for 2 days when that happens. We're gonna close the pool down for a day, remove the furniture, pressure clean everything, and the second day we'll bring in the new furniture. Georgia and Julie have given me a website. It's a government anyhow, there's a government website where we'll have to offload or auction off our old furniture. To me, I don't know that it's worth it. We'll also look into just recycling it and putting the money back in the coffers.
and just out of curiosity, I know you're talking about pressure washing the deck. Is there anything else that could be done during that time period as far as?
Oh, tons of stuff. Like you guys know, occasionally I shut the pool down for a day for maintenance and repairs. And when we do that, we have a slew of things that we do.
I just didn't know if there was a surfacing, if
So
any painting
I'm
that
actually
needed to
looking
take
into a
place.
product called Citrus Shield, and I've done a test sample on my sidewalks. And I was going to recommend this. I want to purchase a small amount of it first, but I've got a free sample that I used. And if this works at the pool, I will recommend it for all of Gateway, but let's start small and see how it works. And I have pictures on my phone, but it's a product that is biodegradable, has no harsh chemicals. It's safe on literally everything, including metals. I sprayed it on one sidewalk section. You just spray the chemical on. It's diluted in water. No water, no pressure cleaning. And within 2 weeks, it eats the mold. I mean, you don't do anything to it, just spray it on. Within 2 weeks, it ate the mold completely and turned the sidewalk white. So I did one square and took sample pictures, and it did exactly what the product said. It's relatively inexpensive. They sell it in everything from 1 gallon, 5 gallons, up to 50-gallon drums. You can also incorporate it into your pressure cleaners and dilute it. So I'm going to purchase some for the pool area, do my deck. You can also use it on gutters, metal roofs. You can use it on anything. So I'm going to see how it works. If it works like it did so far, I mean, I would recommend it for everywhere in Gateway.
But we don't need to do any deck painting at this point.
So
or any-
it would honestly be fruitless because I want to wait and see what happens
Okay.
with the pool.
Is all of the furniture taking 4 or 5 months to get?
This is actually 14 weeks. The other vendors, I had 5 prices. We were looking at 9 months. 9 months. And I had prices anywhere from this lowest one, which was 29, and they were my favorite vendor because they were the best, up to $42,000.
Mr. Chairman,
All over the place and 9 months out.
I think Mr. Guy has a question.
Yes, sir.
this proposal from Suncoast Furniture, includes over $1,900 in sales tax. If you remove that from the proposal, we don't have to approve any additional funds.
No, it's not on there.
What are you talking about?
That was the first draft. There's no sales tax on there.
So there's a revision bill that wasn't included, that excluded the sales tax.
Well, excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This all kind of fell into place last week, Thursday, Friday. So it was like right down to the wire.
Okay.
So that we weren't able to get the updated copy in the board book.
Like you had, I didn't know March was that close. I thought this was forever. It sounds 6 months.
Yeah,
Almost
it
December.
seems far away.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, to the extent that any of the equipment there is, we're going to dispose of, there's a process the board needs to go through. If you think there's the pool furniture that's out there now, does it have a value in your estimation of under $5,000?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well under.
So the board has the ability and discretion, and typically we have a resolution that can dispose of it in the manner in which the board feels most efficient and cost effective. So,
Without going through the government
no, I'm reading the statute, section.
I so move that you have
Section,
the discretion.
just
to
for the
get rid of
record,
it.
section 274.06, having consideration for the best interests of property that is obsolete or continued use of which is uneconomical or efficient, et cetera, may be disposed of for value to any person. And property the value of which the governmental unit estimates to be under $5,000 may be disposed of in the most efficient and cost-effective means as determined by the governmental body. So if you think it's less than 5,000, you don't
So
need
you
to
got
offer
a
it to
motion.
anybody. So first of all, the determination made that's less than 5,000 based upon Tim's testimony.
Absolutely.
And the board can dispose of it however you wish.
Just dispose of it however you wish.
Done. All right. Thank you.
Right. Okay.
All right. I'll move quickly. So next item, I've solicited bids from 3 companies right now for the filter, and this has been going on for a while. I gave you a bid a while ago, I think 8 months ago, which was sort of a baseline bid for $50,000 for the filter replacement. That was through CES. I've since gone out and tried to get more bids. I literally just got one in on my phone as I was sitting here, and it's a company that we've dealt with before, and it came in right now at around 51,000, which I was thrilled with because I thought the prices would have gone a little higher. Because everything's gone up about 30%. So we're still in that ballpark. I'll probably come at you guys for a little more money later. Hopefully this is where I land. So it's not going to hurt us too bad.
Yeah.
So I hope to land on something real quickly here within the next week. I'll probably approach you again in another, next meeting for a few more funds, but we're not much further out of the ballpark than we were. So that's good news. And we'll get on that quickly. Next, I have 3 proposals in hand for resurfacing the bathroom floors. And this is something I brought up a long time ago. And I know we don't necessarily have funds for this now, but if there is any remainder left over from filter cartridges that we don't use when we replace the filters, I'd like to apply that towards coating the floors and making them safer.
Just bring us back
Okay,
just
so.
bring us back a quote of what you would need in
Okay,
order to get those bathrooms.
and hopefully I won't have to come at you with money. I'm hoping to use leftovers, but we're looking around $14,000 to $18,000 for that. Next, I'm looking at options for companies to perform renovations or versus putting a new pool in down the road. We got to look at both. Just getting some numbers together and ballparking and spitballing and seeing what we can do down the road, because as we know, we are nearing the end of the shelf life on, and honestly, something will have to be done next year, one way or the other. We're going to have to make a decision. Just want to make sure we're all at least crystal clear on that.
What's your confidence level in how much, or what the maintenance is, or the severity of the problems at the pool? I know we talked about maybe some foundation, might be some leaks, might be this, might be that. I mean,
so
I think it's going to be difficult for us to make a decision unless we truly know the severity of the problem and the impact that might have.
To keep it real simple, we could renovate the pool, and I had given you some cost of around $150 to $175, I think, last year sometime. That would include resurfacing and retiling the whole entire pool, nothing with the deck. That has to be done. When we do that, that is not fixing any structural repairs, which we certainly do have. The pool has heaved in one section, which means our pool is not level. You're allowed 1/4 inch difference anywhere in the gutter. We have about 1.25 inches. That has to be addressed as well. The fact that it heaved means we have structural damage in the shell itself. So if we're going to spend 175, well, at this point, you're looking probably closer to 250.
Yeah, I think that's the number.
Based on the market, I know that. That's where we're going to be. At that point, you have to figure, do we spend that kind of money on repairing, or do we bite a bullet and look at putting a new pool in? Again, those numbers don't address the deck at all, which you asked, what can we do to the deck? Right now, nothing, because we have to factor in, do we put a new deck in?
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
the deck's slippery, it's dangerous, and it's degraded. The deck drains don't work at all. We have a lot to look at as the whole facility.
All right.
So I hope that answers your question.
Is the trigger that we have to upgrade a dollar value when we start to make repairs?
I think that's,
Where do you hit that?
that's a probably a 30-minute discussion.
Okay.
Well, the first thing you gotta do is you've got to address health issues. Once you get health issues addressed, then the rest of them become more aesthetic issues.
Okay.
And there's where the rubber meets the road.
Like,
Well,
like
and where you go
safety
from
issues.
repair to totally replace this.
Yep.
And come up to new
Well,
codes.
and I think what Ed's trying to say is we have to mitigate the liability. So at any point, if the pool becomes dangerous,
And we
then
have
we
to
have to do two things. We got to
close and repair.
shut it, whatever. Okay.
All right, next item, just an FYI, like right now, for instance, the kiddie pool is closed. It has been since Tuesday. A pump has gone bad. These things happen, but it really happens when things get old. I have a new pump on order. It'll be here tomorrow. I'm personally going to replace the pump the second it comes in, but it just these things happen.
It was down last week.
Yeah, and it's been down twice this month.
Is it the pump or motor or both?
It was the motor. We replaced the motor and now the whole thing is just shot. So I got a whole new pump in this time. I was trying to save money. I rebuilt it, but that doesn't always work. So these things happen, but the older it gets, the more it happens. We're hoping nothing like this happens catastrophically in the big pool. Some good things, we've updated the landscaping on the island, the parking lot. We took all the mulch out, which everyone was tromping through and trekking in mud and complaining. We put riprap around the whole thing and filled it with washed crushed shell. It looks great. Lots of compliments all around on that. We've slowed down. Last time we closed the pool, we did a lot of maintenance for the day, and we've slowed down a lot of the water leaks by filling all the cracks, well, a lot of the cracks in the tile with underwater epoxy. Hopefully we'll notice a difference here in the water bill when it comes in. I think we should. We certainly noticed the fill line is not filling as much. So again, something that's helpful. I'd like to compliment our 2 employees at the pool. We've got a new guy called Alex Scaduto. He's been with us about 2 months. And a man called Mike. He's been with us for coming up on a year here, his anniversary. They're both fantastic. And this Monday and Tuesday, they'll both be taking a CPO class. So they'll both be certified pool operators. Okay. And they're fantastic. I hope you guys can stop by and meet them.
That's good.
A couple things I'd like to bring up for thought for future meetings for you guys. Swim lessons is something that we get asked a lot at the pool. We obviously don't do that. I don't want to do that, but we also have people that would like to give swim lessons at the pool. I personally have no problem with that. We also have people that have given swim lessons and currently do it occasionally at the pool. So I don't have a problem with it. There's pros and cons. It's great for the community that they do that, but they're not doing it for the community. It's a private thing that they do, right? And the cons would be liability, time slotting for the pool because they don't come in and ask. I certainly don't care. We can always make room for them. But I wondered going forward how the board thinks that should be handled because people do ask when they come up, are they giving swim lessons? And I mean, honestly, for me as the pool manager, I'm fine with it. but I do think it's something that the board should consider how that should be handled. And we don't have to discuss it now, but food for
So
thought.
they're being
for
paid.
I have
thought.
a question.
They're being paid.
Let's treat it normal.
I would only assume that they're being paid. I did not ask.
Well, why can't we treat them the same way we treat the soccer field? You want to use it? We'll rent it to you.
We don't take money for anything at the pool, which is another thing I
Well,
wanted to address
but
with you.
it will be something to that. You want to rent it?
They
You
would
want,
have to do it.
you want to schedule a time for you and put it out here? Then
And I'm fine with that because I think we do need to generate some income from things like that at the pool.
Are they owners in Gateway?
For sure, the teachers, there's two women in particular who've done it, are residents. Now, I can't speak for the students.
I mean, I would like. to
Because
see
you're
the
allowed
same
to
as
bring a
soccer
guest
field.
in.
You want to use it? Pay for it and
Provide
wanna-
insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, what should be happening even at the soccer field, if you have private sessions,
Yeah.
you would have to lease that portion of the field in order to do your sessions. Now, there's people that do it, you know, that don't lease the field, but we can't govern everything. Whatever happened to the high school wanting to leverage the pool for swim lessons?
Never heard, I personally have never heard back.
Okay. So the high school had reached out to us a couple months back, wanting to leverage the pool for their swim team.
They reach
And,
out to me.
and we didn't hear anything back.
I mean, I spoke with them. I asked in their dream world, what would they be looking for? And they were looking for 25 students to come in every day from 3 o'clock till 5 o'clock. You know, so that's not really something that we are set up for. But that's as far as I went.
Okay, just curious.
Was it Kathy?
I
the
can't, I spoke to the
Nicholas?
principal and their athletic director and
Nicholas.
both names escape me. Now, Nicholas
Okay.
does sound right.
Yeah.
And the last thing is party reservations. We're doing quite a bit of party reservations there. Under a covered lanai area, we do 16 people in 3-hour increments is what we usually reserve the spaces for. Birthday parties, ladies parties, different types of things. I believe that we should charge for that. It's free for residents. And I do think it's an opportunity to offset some operating costs. You're not going to get a lot. We're not going to get a lot. But as everyone here is aware, you know, Parks and Rec, it's a loser, right? As far as income goes. So it is a way to generate a little. Now, everyone that we've ever rented the space to, is just taken aback when they say, you know, they all ask, how much is it? No one expects it to be free. They're all just ready to hand over some type of payment. It would not be insulting at all to ask for money for it. I think if we came up with a fair number, every one of these people would be fine with paying for the space. I mean,
So
heck,
they'd
they
have
go
to
to
pay
Chuck
for
E.
the
Cheese and they'd have to pay $300.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
again, something
Well,
we
why don't
can
you put a
consider.
recommendation on what you think you would charge, and maybe there's options.
Okay,
You know,
I'm already
size,
thinking around $75, 60, $75, something like
Yeah,
that.
Mr. Chairman, along those lines, when that comes back to the board would then have to advertise a public hearing under chapter 194, the setting of rates, fees, and charges for the use of the pool. And that's not a big note. I mean, it's a 10-day notice in advance, that's all, for the hearing.
Yeah.
And I'll put something together for the next meeting and we'll discuss it then.
Okay, great.
And that's it, guys. Oh, two more quick things. I don't even know if you all know, but we do have a Facebook page for the pool. It's Gateway Commons Pool. That's it. I don't know. I'm pretty sure not one of you guys follow it because we have 380 followers. I've never seen any of you looking at it. And since the whole park proposal thing, just so everybody knows, we have 220 new, since then, 220 new card holders that people have come in and signed up. So I think
What's the group? Gateway?
Gateway Commons Pool.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would
Yeah.
just caution the board members to not respond to each other on that.
Yeah.
That's one of the issues.
Looky, no respondee. Yeah.
That's one of the issues about government officials and use of social media. You always have to be careful. Follow, but don't
Yeah.
communicate with each other or comment.
So I think people were, they came out of the woodwork. I think they are looking for some entertainment and parks and stuff. So yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you. Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so Scott, you want to address 4B?
I think there was an update handed out for this.
Scott Connell. I did do a handout, an update for the resurfacing the roadway and the parking lots. So upon my arrival, this is one of the projects that was assigned, that bids had been received, and I reviewed those and qualified or quantified rather the numbers. And so I had to go back to the one provider and confirm that they were doing the thermoplastic pavement markings at Griffin Drive and Soccer Drive to comply with county standards. And I also, upon my review, the parking lots themselves, there are some minor concrete repairs that are necessary. A couple of flags of sidewalk are broken and cracked. And in addition to that, the wheel stops, they look horrible. And the worst thing we want to do is have nice new asphalt, nice striping, and put back old wheel stops that are moldy and half painted or not painted. So I checked in-house, and Rick feels that we have the capability of doing that. We have a hot water pressure heater, and they can paint them. And so he and I discussed the process. It'd be best if we let the pavement be done, and then they reinstall the wheel stops. Some are going to be damaged, so I have a little extra in there to replace some of those. But that can be done in-house along with we'd have to do the concrete repairs before they pave, and then the wheel stops cleaning and painting afterwards. So what you have before you on this spreadsheet, we had 4 areas. We looked at Soccer Drive, we looked at the west parking lot, the east parking lot, and then I call it the shop complex here. And the work entails milling the asphalt on Soccer Drive and replacing it. The difference in the 2 bids is really the type of asphalt they're using. One bidder is using more of a structural S1, they call it, and the other bidder is using S3, which is a finer knit. It's more
smoother.
It's smoother, yeah, right. Then in the parking lots, it's basically again, different type of asphalt. The difference is that one bidder is milling it entirely, and the other bidder is just milling meaning grinding the asphalt up, the old asphalt, at the transition points where they have to match existing grades, like around sidewalk or other tie-ins. And I felt that, well, I grind off a good base that you already have there. It's the old asphalt on the non-transition areas, and just resurface that. So we're getting extra thickness. So I felt that prudent. And the budget is, I found out, is $150,000. So we were constrained to do 3 of the 4 areas. So that would be the Soccer Drive, west parking lot, and east parking lot. And then with a little extra replacing wheel stops if necessary. So I budget another 2,500 in there. So we come up to about 155,000 for the 3 areas. So we're 5,000 over.
So we're not doing here.
And not doing the shop complex. Again, I looked at that, and if we were to do the shop complex and not one of the parking lots, I don't think we want to hear the end of that. The comments, why would you pave your own lot and not the public's type of thing? And it's in need of that, but it's not dire need here at the shop.
Well, the one thing, Scott, that I would agree with that right now, normally I would say, do it all, get the better unit price, and then we don't do it in the future. But we got that water line, Kenny, we got coming down through here, and it's gonna go right through, I'm gonna guess, this lot that we're talking about paving. So.
The lot here at the shop?
Yeah. When you say shop, you're talking right out here in front, aren't you?
Yeah.
Aren't you talking out in front here also?
Yeah, in front of the building.
Yeah, and that's where the force main is at.
Right.
So we would be tearing it up anyway, so maybe delaying that component till phase 2 would be the way.
Well, and I'd also say that we've talked about opportunities to better leverage the space out here. So maybe, that would be phase 2 when we look at
Just do
other
phase 2.
improvements that we can do here, so.
Oh, that's a good thought, yeah.
Okay, so that seems reasonable.
So your recommendation is?
My recommendation is to go with the lowest apparent qualified bidder, Atlantic Southern, at, and then exceed the budget by, $5,000 or so, but
And transfer it from where?
I didn't get to that level.
Okay.
No, wait a minute.
That's our job.
Oh, that's your job.
We'll let that bill fall. Do you know anything about this Atlantic Southern?
I don't,
I've
but
never heard of
I
it.
imagine that they've been vetted prior to receiving bids, was my assumption. Now, on a side note, I personally have them bidding some work at the condo complex I live at in my community, so.
I never heard of them, that's why I was wondering.
And this is the one that's providing the more fine.
Okay, excuse me, we
just
That's it.
redid our patch. Atlantic Southern did all the patchwork in March, and they just finished doing the seal coat, and they've done a great job, and it's really easy to work with.
Okay. Thank you, Warren.
Pelican Preserve is also using them for some work done over there.
What do we need to do to get the $5,000? Or what do we do, just have a transfer?
Yeah. 2,400, right? I think it's only 2,400. It's 152, 430.
Well, it's 152, 403,
Oh, the 25.
but then I have another
the
2,500
striping.
in there for wheel stops. That'll need to be replaced when
Play
they
it
break.
safe and transfer 5,000.
But you still need striping, so you need more than 5,000 because it's 150.
I would say do 10 to be safe.
Yeah, because it's 152, 403. And then down below the striping, it's another 2,500.
Yeah,
So
I would
that's
say,
one-
I would say transfer 10.
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
10.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I'd make the motion to approve awarding the contract to Atlantic Southern and that we find an additional $10,000 to cover the budget.
I'll second your motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I love the terminology. Fine.
My wheel.
Tell my wife.
Just don't take it for landscaping. I'm just kidding.
Last time I heard,
My car wheels will enjoy it and hitting all these chuckles.
last time I heard fine, Trump was talking to the Georgia people.
We're gonna find this money.
11,000
I have-
votes.
I have one other quick update
Yeah, go
on
ahead.
Lake 93. The contractor started on Monday. They put up construction fencing. They have, they set up some silt booms. They're going to dewater the pond. They brought in a pump today, I believe. So activity the mobilization is this week. And next week, they hope to start hauling in fill.
Okay.
So they've staked out all the LME around the neighbor's house, and we've walked it and.
Just
talked
Timber
to
Ridge.
the neighbor. Pardon me?
Timber Ridge.
Timber Ridge, yes, yes. So it's ongoing and looks good. So thank you.
I have one question, but not sure if it's Al or if it's gonna be now Scott. In regards to the sidewalk by the pool that needed to be redone, was that taking care of it?
I don't believe that.
Nobody's done anything with it.
I don't think it's been a readdress, no, because that happened before Brian left. We just had to that.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we've
That
got,
was it was like his last project.
Well, we need to get it with the vendor because there's an issue that, it should be covered in the contract.
well,
Would you, yeah,
I'll get with Al.
okay,
yeah,
thank you.
there's two places where it's bad.
Yeah.
So Kenny, you want to address your hydraulic dump trailer?
Say, we can bring this back at the next meeting if you like, if you want
I
to
mean,
move
it's-
on.
You're here.
Okay. Kenny Hall, Utility Director. This is a request for a purchase of a non-budgeted piece of equipment totaling, I'm asking for $7,059. We've progressed in the field. We've had several spirited discussions on this trailer. I do not want to purchase this piece of equipment at the time because we were not at that level that we would be getting any kind of real use out of it. It would sit out in the yard. Over the last 6 months, we've gotten to the point where we're going to need something like this. I would recommend Tropic Trailer for a number of reasons. I put a good chunk of the quotes that we got we went nationwide. We were all over the place. Every one of the trailers that were not in our 50-mile range come with about $12 to $2,000 to some $3,000 delivery fees. We currently have a PJ trailer that we use for the excavator. And I was looking at the 5x10 PJ trailer. I think is the best bang for our buck for what we need. There are 2 quotes in there. One comes with from Tropic Trailer. One comes with a tarp, which I do not believe we need at this point. And the second one is with the brackets. If we would go with a tarp over it, say we are at the point where we are starting to do some major work on our irrigation system. It is all the irrigation usually is very deep, and it requires us to come back and forth to pick up gravel. And the last 3 jobs we've done, we've rented one at about $175, $200 a day. So we have the field staff has progressed to the point where this piece of equipment will be used. And this crosses over. We can use this for all kinds of different things all across the district. Yeah, I mean, hauling anything.
What's the hole, about yard and a half?
Yeah.
Can you get 2 yards in it?
2 yards.
Okay.
So do you think you'll use this?
This would be.
You'll use this trailer more than 40 times over its lifetime?
Yes. Yeah. When we slid into the budget for this budget that we're now currently under, I didn't feel that we were at that point where if we bought it, it would just sit out there and we'd use it, once a month. To the point now where we're starting to do some major work, and it necessitates something like this, or this hydraulic trailer from Tropic Trailer I really like.
So just a real quick question, Kenny. There's always planned usage, and planned usage, you could go and rent something. But having something on premises that you could use in the event that might be unplanned, how often does that happen? Just out of curiosity. Or maybe you don't know. You don't know.
Say we deal in emergencies, so I mean, it could be.
That was
we could go a week where we use it every day, and then we could go 2 weeks where it maybe once a week. But yeah, there are. But say as we go through, we're really starting to do some work on the irrigation system.
Do we have any idea where we could reallocate these dollars from?
I was thinking of the budgeted vehicle, which we budgeted $50,000, and now that we're going on to the used car market, there's going to be 20.
Yeah.
Some pull it out of that. There's going to be
just know
10,
if
15.
we reallocate from that, your budget will be adjusted for your vehicle.
Yes.
Okay.
So when you go out, like when you guys did my house and the neighbors, the
Mhm.
meters, you would have this vehicle there to put all that
Right,
excess dirt
all
in.
that, or like the sewer job we looked at the other
And the
day
gravel
where.
to be able to go shift it, dump it.
Yeah.
So you don't
Just
have
the
to
time
go
to go
there
up and
every
rent
day.
Yeah.
versus pulling it out of the yard.
This
Hours and hours.
Oh, yeah.
They say we've gotten to the point where this is going to get.
There's
used.
going to be more of that.
Oh, yeah.
Just like the other day over there with that
Yeah.
silly tree. When we have to dig that up, you're not gonna put that stuff out there in the street. That would
Right.
be a mess. So
Right.
this would be very handy.
So as long as we're all in agreement that we're just gonna pull this from your vehicle fund,
And that would be the capital.
yeah, then I don't have any problem with that.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the action requested by Kenny.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
You got a dump trailer.
Go dump something.
Okay, do we have any items to pull for consent agenda 5A and B? Nope, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Thank you. We will skip future business. Supervisor comments, I will start with you, Bob.
Okay, this isn't gonna be a comment, but I'm gonna make a motion for the staff to prepare a proposal revisions to our pond standards based on the ATM maintenance standards report of August of 2021. I'm making that as a motion.
Okay, and you're gonna do that prior to the pond workshop?
Yeah, because you can't do it there.
I'll second your motion for discussion.
A motion and a second, discussion?
Totally opposed to it.
So would you read back the motion?
A motion for staff to prepare a proposal to revise our pond standards manual based upon the ATM maintenance standards report of August of 2021.
So
we'd like them to go back and digest it and then come forward with a proposal.
Staff, not the.
Staff, only staff.
So the only reason why I think this is premature, because this is the reason why we had the pond center workshop today, is so we can talk about what do we need to adjust? What do we need to consider? What is our issues today? What are we trying to solve for? I'm not saying that that won't happen. I just think I have a hard time. I wouldn't approve it today because it's premature of the workshop.
I understand that. And I brought it up a number of times and we keep kicking the can down the road. I'd like them to at least digest the thing and come back. We can reject what they tell us or not. And it's totally separate from what we may discuss today about our
How
standards.
about if we do this? Is it possible that we can adjust the motion, say, to have staff look at the existing pond standards and come back with a revision based on any output from the workshop? We may find things that are in that, are not in it.
Well, I sent the ATM report out to 1,400 people, and I got a lot of comments back, and they were pretty nasty. And there wasn't not one, that was for the ATM standard. In fact, it was a mandate. You don't allow this to happen. Don't allow it to happen.
Okay, so.
And I think the other one that Bob isn't aware of, and I thought you were, maybe that was why you were coming from where you were. I think everybody needs to read, Tony, what you have sent out that we got from John Fredema to know where we're heading down this. That's county attorney. We're on a losing deal here. We're not going to pull this off. We cannot implement, contrary to what that guy up in Gainesville thinks. We have rules down here and we have requirements, and we can't just throw them to the wind.
So either we're going to table the workshop or we're going to get into the workshop.
So I have some other questions. Well, I'm going to try to be in order. I was forwarded your email, Ed, and I'm going to try to be easy on it. I think there are lies. That's the best I can put it in this statement. You started the email by saying, dear HOA, HOA presidents, at last night's meeting, there was an attempt by a supervisor to change our current pond standards to be in line with the recommendations for the ATM report. I was at that meeting.
I think that's what I just
He
heard.
never, let me finish. Bob never, and I went back, Bob never finished making his motion. And they did not fail. And then you said that it failed for a lack of a second. I actually second that. And then Doug interrupted it. And then you guys decided to move it off.
Is there a difference?
There was a second, and then there was no voting.
I don't recall that there was a second.
I seconded.
So you seconded, okay.
And Bob, did you finish your motion or you got interrupted?
I'm done now, yeah.
No,
Oh, back then, I thought I did, but then I got.
I think I may have.
I thought Doug short stopped it.
Because I went back on the recording and I specifically said, Ed, let him finish because like Bob wasn't even done and you just went and you started it. And I said, well, let him at least finish so I can at least hear what we're proposing.
We've had that discussion. I understand where Ed is. Ed's understand where I am.
But I think it makes it very difficult when this is sent out and we don't have to always agree. However, when we're putting things out there that it's the store, I have a problem with it.
Well, look, if you're going to do it, let's read the whole thing. I put in there, you people read it and formulate your own conclusions. Yeah, you left that out.
Well, I don't have any problem with anything else. I'm only telling you what I don't agree with this. And I do believe people should read it and should get educated with it. However, the people that are reading and they're educated, the 1,400 residents are not the engineers, are not the people that I necessarily want to take their advice. I'll take their wish list, but I'm not going to take their advice on something that we're spending money. Because those are the same residents that are going to come here and budget and say, we don't want to spend any money.
And they're the owners. They elect us.
Point of order. We have a workshop scheduled.
Yeah, I agree.
That this is where this conversation would come up. There's a motion and a second. And so I will call the vote.
Before you call a question, you need to open up
to
the public
public.
comment. This is not agenda.
Yes. I'll open it up for public comment.
And Jim was on earlier.
Go ahead, Jim.
What do you do now when workshop starts?
We have
Well,
two
this is
people
public
right
comment.
now.
So
5 minutes.
The public comment would be to direct it to the motion that we made.
correct.
And not the, there's a motion on the floor, very specific motion, and I suggest that the comments need to be germane to the motion that's on the table.
So not the flaws that are in this?
That's not the motion. The motion
All right,
is.
then I'll wait till the
to the workshop, because this is the disaster.
Could we,
Anyone
table-
looking
could
at
we
this is-
table this meeting, have the workshop, and then follow up today for 5 minutes to his motion?
We could.
We could.
We could adjourn the workshop.
We'll recess it, we'll start a workshop, and then we'll go back to this meeting.
The public's not
Um,
aware that that's gonna happen, guys. That's
before-
not the way we've done business before.
Before we adjourn the meeting, Matt Chitwood is available to talk. I know he had asked to speak earlier in the meeting. He wanted to know if he had something about the soccer fields. And we had a problem getting him to speak.
Hold tight for a minute.
Okay.
Again, the board wishes to, the board can recess the regular meeting, go into the workshop session, have the workshop session, the board can then reconvene the regular meeting, and the board wants to take action at that time, it can. But again, the items need to come.
Or take action, have the meeting, and then if you want to reconvene this meeting to another meeting, but make sure the public has the opportunity to be here before we make such a big decision.
Well, I'm deciding to get the staff to make a recommendation. We're not doing anything.
Yeah, they're not,
They,
well,
I know where that's leading.
Well,
No,
of course, I agree too, Ed, but I mean, we're not doing anything today other than having staff tell us that they've digested a report that we paid for from an engineering company, and they're gonna make a recommendation to us. What do they think?
So if I'm understanding your motion, Bob, what you're saying is you'd like staff to look at the report against our existing pond standards and come back with any adjustment recommendations. It could be, let's do nothing. It could be do certain pieces.
Absolutely.
it's just a recommendation, yeah.
What does our staff know about the legality of the decision by FEMA? Does our staff even know anything
There are
about
other
it?
things that
Does
that
our
can come
staff,
up in it, 'cause I don't know.
does our staff even know anything about it? I don't think our staff even knows about it.
I'm not sure which email, because I never wrote down over the years, is that the one with regards to the lake type restoration?
Yes.
I mean, that was about 4 years ago. I think what's pretty helpful, I think the staff has had that in the past, because that was part of the whole decision on what could the board, what could the district do when it went to lake type restoration? Could we do riprap, could we do other forms, could we do shear walls, could we do all kinds of other stuff, which is different than.
And
outlining-
specifically littorals.
Yeah, it's different than outlining.
Okay,
County LDC. The board is going to follow that direction. The staff would obviously look at that and say,
I'd like to have, if you could do anything along that line, Bob, is to have staff bring back how the pond standards could be changed and comply with FEMA's letter. Now, that I would not have a problem
I'd like
with.
to know that. I've never seen or heard of
Well,
that.
that should be part
That's
of
the letter that he
consideration.
was mentioned at the President's Council that I also don't have.
I'd like that.
It's an email from about 4 years ago that I think everyone at the board at that time had it, the staff had it, because that was the whole process was what are the constraints, limitations, or requirements as to reform and lake bank restoration generally.
Well-
And we had a confab, we had a meeting with the county staff at the time.
We're completely going in the weeds here. Either we have the workshop or we don't. I'm not opposed to updating the pond standards, and it should be based on reports that we paid for from Southwest Florida Management, for any experts that's out there. It should be holistic. It's not just, hey, we're going to update the standard based on an email from 4 years ago, or from Southwest Florida Management, or from one particular report. It has to be holistic. And I'd like to get to the workshop so we can talk about, what are we trying to solve here? What's the problem? Why doesn't our existing pond standard work? Or does it work? I want to get there because we keep having these
I
conversations.
completely agree.
So,
But we got an engineering report here that's making recommendations to us. I'd just like staff to digest it, and come back and talk to us. And then I think it'd be more appropriate to have a
so
workshop.
there's a motion on the floor. Let's,
Or we decided we open for the public comments. So are we,
I think the motion is premature to the workshop, but we'll.
Mr. Guy online?
No, he's not.
And the problem is that when we have the workshop, you can't make a motion.
No, I understand.
Okay.
But there should be, we can
I
have
hear you.
actions that can come out of the workshop, recommendations that we can
could do
direct.
that?
We can
No,
direct.
you can't take action. What you can do is have a consensus as the staff getting some guidance as to how to proceed and come back. And you can't adopt anything. You can't really take any action in that regard.
would that be
We're not
enough?
adopting anything now, except to have them look at it and read it and report back to it. But I'll do whatever.
So then if you want to withdraw your motion and then we just have the workshop. Because then we can just give not action, but we can give recommendation to staff to say, start looking at this and come back to us.
I'm okay with that.
Would that be,
Yeah, I withdraw the
Yes.
motion.
okay,
All right.
so then we draw a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
You withdraw your second.
I did that.
All right, so I will, we still have public comments, supervisor comments.
Matt withdrew his request to speak. He said he'll talk next meeting.
Okay. I'll skip me, I'll go to you, Ed. Any supervisor comments outside?
No.
Lobby? No? Okay, so I will adjourn the meeting, the
Your
regular
regular
meeting,
meeting, yeah.
regular meeting at 6:09, and we will open the workshop. And let me just make one comment as we go into this. We've talked about this for quite some time. I think we all have difference of opinion, different interpretations. What I'd like for us to do is really put on a hat that will allow us to compromise and to think about what's best for the district. What are our challenges? How do we overcome those? I think we've got so many different ponds. In my opinion, it's difficult to be able to maintain and manage those today under our standards because we don't have budget or whatever. So I would like for us to go into this workshop with coming up with creative ideas, and it's okay to disagree, but let's at least define what is the issues that we pose today. From my point of view, we have so many different ponds. We don't have a standard across the board, so it makes it difficult for staff to manage and for our vendors. And I'm the least knowledgeable of all three of you, and I'll be completely honest with that. So I'm looking more for understanding from you three on why doesn't the existing pond standard work, or why does it work? And if it doesn't, where do we need to make adjustments? And how do we govern that across Gateway as a whole? So that's me. Whoever wants to jump in first.
We did have two residents that had asked to speak during the workshop.
Has the workshop started?
Yeah, we're in the workshop.
First one is Jim Wozniewski. You have 5 minutes.
I can do. Jim
The
Wisniewski
countdown will
from-
help you there.
Jim Wisniewski from Silver Lakes. First thing, Doug, in response to your question, the pond standards do work. Existing standards do work.
But we're not adhering to them today.
Pardon me?
But we're not adhering to them today, right?
Yes, we
Well,
are.
yeah, we are
I believe
actually.
we are.
100% we are?
As far as I know, we are.
Yeah,
Oh,
we are.
okay. I was
Yeah.
under the
This
impression that we weren't.
isn't worth the paper it's written on. This is a completely unsupported document that just blows up every conclusion this guy has made. Now, I was here 8 weeks ago, and I can't believe I have to be back here again to deal with this. But I'll just hit some highlights, but I want to hit a couple other things too that I didn't have time for last time because they're very important. And I am going to talk about the Ferdima memo or the Ferdima opinion because I think that's extremely important. So this guy's making a bunch of unsupported statements all throughout this document. I'll just hit a couple of the highlights, a couple of the big ones. He says 30% of the surface area of a pond should be covered with littorals. Does he provide an authoritative site? Nope. Does he provide a site to any scientific study? No. Does he provide a site to any anecdotal observation? No. Does he acknowledge that that statement runs completely in conflict with Lee County ordinances, the Gateway PUD, individual pond DOs and ERPs? No, it just flies in the face of those. He didn't care. This is completely illegitimate. And there's a dozen different things in this report that are the same way. Throw stuff out there, sees if it sticks, no support at all. The couple of times where he does have a site, he gets it wrong. He just misreads it and gets it completely wrong. Now, the big whopper is his conclusion, kind of like a bombshell conclusion, that all ponds in Gateway should have littoral bands all the way around them, 20 feet wide. And he cites ordinance 8714 for that proposition. He said that is his support. Well, the problem is 8714 was repealed over a quarter of a century ago as deadwood. It wasn't amended, it wasn't changed. It was flat out repealed as deadwood 25 years ago, over 25 years ago. Bill Clinton was in his first administration. That's how long ago it was, when it was dead. So he resurrects this dead ordinance that's been old and cold in the ground, plops it down and says, hey, every pond in Gateway has to do it. The heck with the DOs, the heck with the ERPs, the heck with the ordinances. But it's even worse than that. And this is where the Ferdima thing comes in. As I said 8 weeks ago, 8714 never applied to Gateway in the first place. So his citation for supporting his position didn't even apply to Gateway. And why did that happen? Well, sloppy work, definitely, carelessness, a horrible job of doing due diligence. That's what this whole report is full of. How did he not know it didn't apply? Well, as I did last time, and I'll read it again, the PUD ordinance is what applies here. From the opening sections of the PUD, it says, the here and after described real property located in the unincorporated area of Lee County, Florida, is designated as a plan unit development, and development of the property shall be hereinafter subject to the conditions and requirements of this ordinance. PUD ordinance is what prevails here. And there's tiebreaker rules, just in case, and I brought this up last time too. The Lee County, the current development code, section 34-1034, which deals with PUDs, conflicting provisions. Where a conflict exists between the provisions of this subdivision, which is the PUD subdivision in the development code, and general zoning regulations, subdivision regulations, and other applicable regulations, the provisions of this subdivision, the PUD subdivision, shall apply. Now, to put a exclamation point on it, Ed brought up the John Ferdima legal opinion. This legal opinion is very relevant here because it dealt with specifically, it dealt with the Gateway ponds, remediation, and littorals, putting littorals into remediated ponds. It was an opinion he sent to Jessica Salzer. You all know Jessica Salzer, right? And some of the struggles we have with Jessica Salzer. Now, I don't know if Jessica initiated this or if staff here initiated this opinion. Jessica initiated. I'm just going to read a couple of sections here. I can't go through the whole thing.
35 seconds left.
I'm going to need a little bit more. I will ask for a little bit more time. Jessica, you have asked whether the Gateway Services Community Development District is required to install compensatory littoral plantings in conjunction with the restoration of certain existing lake banks within the Gateway PUD. Short answer, no. Then it goes on to say Gateway was established in May 31st, 1985, pursuant to the county's then planned unit development process. Gateway remains an active PUD, still governed by the adopted provisions of the Gateway PUD ordinance as amended, and also subject to those provisions in the Lee County Code, Chapter 34, which I just read to you, regarding the tiebreaker rules. It says in particular, Section 34-1036 requires development of the PUD to be undertaken and carried out in accordance with the PUD development plans. Additionally, the original PUD ordinance, as well as subsequent amendments, continue to defer to the PUD ordinance as a controlling regulation in the event of a conflict, which is what I just read to you. And last time I was here, I showed you the DO approvals for Silver Lakes, which clearly said 8714 does not apply. This.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you're saying, Jim. We got two board members, quite obviously, that are not up to speed on this.
Okay.
And I'm even more concerned. I don't think our staff is. I don't think our staff understands this.
Well, I got to read the predicament because I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I know that it's quite apparent. I didn't think after that last meeting, I didn't think you had understood because this guy that wrote this, I agree with you, it's trash.
And I don't agree with everything that's on this ATM report either. Let's get that clear. Like,
well, this is good. He makes this conclusion based on an ordinance that never applied in the first place. And the Lee County's own lawyer said so. So this whole thing, he just blows it up. Now, one other thing I wanted to bring up here, and maybe Doug will come back. I didn't have time for it last time because I'm not going to go to littorals and erosion. You guys have tried 4 times now to plant littorals to stop erosion. It's failed every time. You're doing the lake bank remediation. Littorals are not, they're superfluous at this point. So forget that. But I do hear bandied about sometimes that, well, littorals help with the water quality. And that's just a presumption. Has anyone proved that? Is there any proof that these bands, and we're talking about bands around the edges, around the perimeter of the ponds. Well, This guy didn't even take a look at it. We in the committee did our due diligence, and I have three studies here. All three of these presented at the biannual stormwater research and watershed management conferences sponsored by Southwest Florida Water Management District. All three come to the same conclusion, but I want to focus on one of these in particular because this one was sponsored by and commissioned by and paid for by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in conjunction with Brevard County Regional Stormwater Utility Department. So this study is coming up.
Jim, we've got copies of this.
He's 10 minutes now, so.
He's going
Can you,
to.
with all due respect, can you just summarize, just wrap it up?
I'm trying to wrap it up to show that these studies showed the same thing, that these littorals or bands around the perimeter do not do anything. Let me just read from the abstract from this and then the conclusion, and I'll be done.
Can you make sure I have a copy of that? 'Cause I need to turn it
A
in.
vegetated littoral fringe, they call it a fringe and not a band like we do. A vegetated littoral fringe is presumed to enhance wet detention pond pollutant uptake and removal. Studies supporting the efficacy of littoral zone vegetation in a wet detention pond are noticeably scarce, however. So they went on, Florida Department of Environmental Protection asked them to go and either prove or disprove this presumption. And they did a very extensive, very well-constructed study, and it's like this long. Let me get to the conclusion. Our findings do not support the presumption that a vegetated littoral zone, and they're talking about bands here throughout this thing.
What are you reading from right now?
I am reading from the study, the synopsis of the study presented that was commissioned by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection.
I don't have that. This was.
No, I'm just presenting this now. I can give you the
Yeah, we
links
can get
to
a
pull
copy
it
of
up.
that, Jim.
Yep. Our findings do not support the presumption that a vegetated littoral zone enhances wet detention pond phosphorus flow reduction. They were measuring phosphorus flow predominantly here. But total phosphorus and inorganic phosphorus removal rates were typically greater in the littoral zone than on open water. However, vegetated littoral zones did not have greater removal rates than non-vegetated littoral zones. Littorals meant nothing. In fact, the converse was sometimes the case. Littorals made it worse.
And you thought that phosphorus is what you say.
Phosphorus and inorganic phosphorus, but they had extrapolated it out. You'll hear in the
So
conclusion.
not one aspect, okay.
Phosphorus concentrations were typically lower in the littoral zone than open water during growing season, but did not differ between non-vegetated and vegetated treatments. Taken together, these findings suggest that the littoral zone affects pollutant removal processes. Littoral vegetation may not be essential, and littoral zone pollutant removal under these conditions has little effect on overall wet pond pollutant reduction. So what are we doing? We're not using littorals for erosion. This study and two others that I have, and there's more in other states, say that these bans around don't do anything.
We're pushing 12 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Jim. I think we get your position. We've got to at least start and have some discussion.
There's
Jim,
one,
thanks.
Judy Peak has requested to speak as well.
Okay.
But
I'll be short. Eagle Point. I just want to remind this board, a lot of time was spent on those standards. I sat in on that and I think those standards work. I fully believe they work and they should be applicable to what we need. I want to remind this board of one other thing. It was me and one other lady that came. Nothing had been done for years and years, and nothing would have been done if we had not came before this board. And once that was did, it went on and on and on and on. This should not be going on this long. It is way too long. all of our ponds need to be addressed. Like I said, it was us that came, mine's still not been addressed, but it can be fixed. And without all the hoopla, the littorals, nothing I have seen said that is what we need to fix it. It is an aging process. It's just like this climate's changed, the land has changed. So, and it wants to go back to its natural environment. And for us to live in it, we have to protect it. So think about this and do your due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you.
There was no one else that had requested to speak.
Is there somebody online?
No.
Oh,
So what issues do we have with the existing policies? I mean, we're gonna spend $20+ million to do improvements to our existing ponds. How do we get here? You know, are we on a path where trying to solve those problems? What standards do we have to put in place? How do we, I mean, I still don't know why we're still having issues with this. How are we separated?
well, I think there's two issues. Issue one is the pond banks. And that it's a mandate. It's a mandate from South Florida Water Management District and Lee County. We cannot have the escarpments and we cannot have the bad slopes. I mean, I don't think anybody's arguing about. That's very clear. The issue of how we get there is subjective. We've tried a method that we are able to secure a certification from a professional engineer so as to get money to do it. You will not get money from anybody else at the state unless it's certified by a professional engineer. No other professional engineer, none, has come forward willing to put his name on the line for an alternative that we have not done. None, not one. So I would like to see who that is that we're trying to placate. Come forward, show us what your product is that you're willing to certify will work and get SRF approval. That's issue one. The second component, which is the more, I think, controversial one, and that is the one where if we have any fallacy of not implementing the pond standard, it's not because the pond standard doesn't have it, it's because we didn't do it initially, and that was to put it in our specifications and have these contractors bid on it. That is now been taken care of, and we'll find out the result of that at the meeting. Allowing contractors to get off the hook and not doing it because they can't get to someplace because it's wet. I got big tears for you. You bid it, you do it. And the issue is that I think we've solved that now. As Al indicated earlier, the requirement is there. Contractors, go do the work. You don't wait 6 months of doing nothing because you can't get there. How did you bid to do it in the first place?
So let me ask each one of you.
I think those are the two issues.
Okay, let me ask each one of you individually. Do you feel the existing pond standard needs to be changed, or is it fine as is?
Fine as is.
Fine. And, okay. Your position on the existing pond standard, what do you think needs to be changed? Like, I think you're more of Littoral's guy.
Everything that I've read in the last 6-7 years says that Littoral's improve the water quality of a pond. I've never had a better habitat for fish and native species and birds and all those things. So I've never seen anything that says they're derogatory. Okay. So if you start from that approach, I think the pond littorals, properly maintained, increase our pond longevity. So therefore, if it's good for the pond, why would we not want to have it? Now, I understand some people don't like them. I appreciate that. I'm sensitive to that. I understand some fishermen want to fish behind their homes, and we've made provisions for that. But as a blanket generalization, I support the littorals. I live on a pond. I just should not have them there, but I understand why they are there. But the bigger issue for me is when we go to the trouble and expense to generate a study, and if this study is garbage, which I don't agree to, but if that's the position of some readers, then let's get it out of them. Is it gonna change if you get other experts? I don't believe it will. That's just my own humble opinion. I'm not the expert, but I'm certainly willing to fund another study.
And so,
But sooner or later, when we get all these inputs, I mean, as a board, we should take action on what we're paying for.
so your position is all ponds should have littorals and there should be no maximum restriction of that littoral growth in a nutshell.
Well, I would say you ought to be maintained in a band.
But every
the
pond should
band
have a
go-
minimum.
But should go all around.
And-
Well, I don't say minimums. Every pond should have a band around their shore.
Okay.
Because that preserves the banks and it helps with washout and weight.
It's some control. So you're with,
But I don't know that 20 is the right number, 50 or 100.
Yeah.
Because left naturally, they will 100% cover.
and the only, and I'll ask you in just a second, the only ponds that we have that do not have littorals, is it just Silver Lakes? Silver Lakes don't,
Whole bunch of Gateway Greens.
don't have littorals at all? And that's, I know Silver Lakes, the DO is silent, but
Silent.
your DO is silent too in some of yours?
It's
Okay.
the older communities.
Your DO is silent?
It's the older communities.
What about in the PUD?
Yeah, it's the PUD.
PUD.
What are your concerns?
Okay, so reading the document, there are two areas that I would like to suggest for us to change two things. And then one, it really is gonna take much of Ed's input because it would, I think we'll only see this on the golf course. So on page 4, where we talk about the no fire flag is permitted along the golf courses, it's pretty much everywhere else, no fire flag at all. But
Say it again. Say it again.
no fire flag is permitted along the golf courses, ponds, flowway banks, along residential and commercial lots. So to me, it's everywhere but a wetland, right? So if a pond, it's adjacent to a wetland, then there you can have fire flag, but otherwise, no fire flag. I do know that the kidney filter ponds by you, that's also grow fire flag. So I don't know. So then my question is, and I kind of will leave it to you. Do we say everywhere but the kidney filter ponds, so you can have it there or not? Because at this point, I don't know any other way to remove those fire flags. 'Cause even if you dig them out, they grow like crazy. So that,
You're talking about alligator flag.
yeah,
It is as close as you get to a littoral being a nuisance exotic.
Oh
yeah,
my
it's
gosh,
horrible.
yes.
So that's my
It's
only
horrible.
thing. That's horrible. So I have that. And then the nuisance and exotic invasive vegetation, just going back and looking what the vendor was able to keep up, I don't know, 5%. I'm leaning more towards 10% because that will be the same as what we have for algae. So if you get, but then again, that's gonna change on the prices when they're bidding it out, because if we want them to keep it 95% free of nuisance and exotics, it's gonna be one cost. If we want to tell them you have 10%,
And how do you measure between 5 and 10%?
Very difficult.
Almost impossible.
It's
It is
almost
very
It's
difficult.
well,
either
every time you go to the
0%
tender, they will say
or
5.
like,
Every time you look at it, it's 10. That's how it goes.
That's
You will
exactly
think it's 10 and
Yeah.
they'll think it's 5. That's
Yeah.
kind of-
look,
That's
that's my
exactly right.
point, is like, and my whole point with the standard is, again, I have my own opinion, but it's,
So those are my only two
Yeah.
things that
but I want to make sure whatever we approve, we can enforce, we can fund, and it's sustainable. You know, I thought we had some conversations, or, you know, for at least the past 3 budget seasons that I've been, you know, here, there's always something that says littorals, or there's some budget item and we can't do it, we can't do this, and that's, and maybe I'm a little, you know, I need to maybe do a little more research, but I always feel like there's something that's holding us back from saying we are 100% compliance with our pond standards, because it's either littorals or it's,
Well,
there's
we
always
had
been cost or something that's
Yeah, we had a
associated.
lot of discussion about what the vendor was required to remove and how to remove it. And when we said they physically got to do it, that's what drew the cost out of sight.
We'll hear a lot if they talk at the meeting on workshop, or what do you call it, pre-bid meeting, mandatory pre-bid meeting, of them asking, as to, are you kidding? Are you saying you want us to meet that standard? 8 to 12 foot band, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We'll find out what it translates to. Dollar signs,
Well,
big bucks.
well, and that's,
This standard alone is going to cost us big bucks. I hate to think of doing anything that would just make it worse.
Well, and I agree with you, Ed, in terms of, telling them that they had to meet a rigid standard of the 8 to 10 to 12 feet, because it's a moving target. I mean, seasonally, they get wider. As the lake shrinks, as the water level drops,
and
the
their
littoral's
work,
close to the pond bank, they die off, and then,
and their work increases to do that. And it's expensive. It's
well,
expensive.
if they keep the outer bank, the outer perimeter in check, it will get smaller over time. But then when the water fills back up, then it, goes back to its.
Well, keep in mind, Bob, one thing too, and this is nothing against Pelican, because I don't have a problem with what Pelican's done. But Pelican, for the last 6-7 years that I could research, your spending over there, your elective spending over there on stormwater management triples ours.
Absolutely.
Triples ours.
Absolutely.
If we triple ours right now,
okay,
as a rule of thumb on a per capita basis, our residents are going to go ballistic.
Well, no, I don't disagree with the thing you said, but it's a little misleading to lump that as stormwater management, because we get our pipes already cleaned, we've had them all inspected, all video, and that occurs routinely. We're just starting that. Those costs will increase. We've got the aeration already installed. That's in those.
And we don't have
electric.
that.
And we don't have that here yet, but I think we're trying to get there because it's good for the ponds.
It's good for the ponds.
We have the fish stock. We have so many more things. So yeah, I agree with you. They're paying a much greater fee. But my focus on this, specifically with littorals, is based on our experience in trying to minimize washouts and erosion. That's the sole purpose. It's not aesthetics, it's not water quality, it's nothing else.
One of the things you've got, Bob, over there at your place is that you've got the ability to go onto these lots and go side lots, and we don't have that ability in our standards, our covenants. We can't go in and tell everybody, you got to put in a drain inlet and a roof drain on your house and connect it into this deal. We can't make them do
Well,
it.
I don't think you don't have the, Pelican doesn't have the ability
We do
either.
not have that either. We did change the.
You put in, you got the easements in the
criteria manual.
Yeah.
So that.
But you've got side drains and drain inlets that you take that out to the pond. We don't have the ability to do that. We don't have an easement to even do it on.
But the cost to do that was borne by PPAC. We budgeted money.
Understand.
We installed those drains. They weren't there, they're in the same state that you
But
were.
who would pay for it
when
here?
they started.
Who would pay for it here?
Same people pay for it, the residents pay for it.
Well, that's the point. How, I
Well,
just
but
don't
let's
understand how
look
you
some things that we
implement it.
think we can do it, what,
But
you know,
again,
'cause-
the focus was not to spend people's money. The focus was, what do we need to stabilize the pond? That was the driver. That's what started it all. Because we had some 6-foot escarpments over there. Hell, damn near cliffs.
Can we have them too?
And based on that, the thought process was, what prevents it? Well, first thing it prevented was bank restoration. Okay, now we've done that. What's going to keep the bank restoration stable? Well, you need to put littorals in. Okay, so we did that. And then the thing was, okay, we're getting swells between houses and we're getting washout. What can prevent that? So there was a methodology that got us there. And, some of these things are still not done. Bank restoration, or the downspouts is another 2 years, another $500,000. But there's been a steady progress together. When we're done, we should never have to revisit.
See, our design here in Gateway, totally back to the original WCI deal, everything is swale lots and to the back or to the road. Everything. And in some cases, like Silver Lakes, half to the front, half to the back.
And we've got that too.
And there is nothing that we can do that would improve that to change that original design of how Gateway was set up. What you guys had, if we had that little hoopty 10-inch raise at the back of every lot, we'd be so much better.
We only have that in our later communities.
Well,
let me ask you this, Doug. Let me,
it's impossible to
our
put.
early communities are just like this.
How much, because I'm pretty sure, how much was the littoral maintenance contract that you, because we had the same vendor and
Pretty negligible. It really is negligible. We're
So-
not spending a lot of money.
So when Ed says we're spending a lot of money because he's looking at a general, but I want to look at littorals to littorals. Because one thing that I felt, that's I perceived that Pelican was able to hold aquagenics feet to the fire at all times. And I felt like there was definitely an opportunity on our end to do so. So, and then I remember at one point I did request to see how much you guys were paying, and it was pretty similar to what we were paying. And that's what I was getting frustrated. If Pelican is paying the same amount to the same vendor, how come they're getting better service than we are?
Well, and I don't know that they're getting quote unquote a whole lot better service because it's like anything else. It's when the Littorals got to be too far, then we would haul them in to fix it. But, you know, now they've got a better system now with the residents reporting it. You know, we've got a 23 person pond group.
Yeah.
And that helps too. There's a lot of eyes on the pond. So it never gets real bad because we do hold them accountable.
Yeah, and so then
But-
so that's one thing, and I know that Elle, like, I felt like every time that I had to complain, like, Elle, there's something, so she had to point that out to the vendor, and I
Yeah.
felt like it should be the other way around.
Exactly.
He should be coming telling her, like, did everything. So there were things that she was reporting, and there was things that I was reporting to her, there was things that residents were reporting to me, and I was reporting to her.
And
That's
that was
not how
our
it works.
conversation with Aquagenics. If we could see it, why aren't your people seeing it?
Yeah,
And because of that, when we did get into harvesting, which is very expensive, rarely have we ever paid for that. We hold Aquagenics accountable to do that harvesting because they didn't do their job by preventing it to get to, and that's what I kept suggesting that we do over here too. It would be a new concept to them, but you know, we're getting a little bit off the track because to me, my only focus, my only interest is that when we repair the pond banks, we're not wasting money and we're gonna have to come back and do it again in another 8 or 9 years.
That's been my.
That's my
That's
only.
my point is, and a great example is the gentleman from Silver Lakes from the President's Council. Wanted us to cut costs here, didn't want us to spend money there, but wanted to make sure that the ponds in Silver Lakes, that they were next in line. But we're trying to say, okay, well, you don't have any littorals in Silver Lakes. Does that put that pond at risk?
Absolutely.
For or whatever the reason may be, you know, and I don't know if it is or if it isn't, but you know, I think if we're going to invest in the ponds project, is there some things we need to make sure that we're doing to ensure that this pond, you know, that we don't have these problems in 10 years, 15 years? And I think because we put together a pretty good solution, right? I mean,
Yeah,
So
we went,
I think so.
we're spending a lot of money to do it the right way. At least that's the way I look at it.
Well, I tend to think we're overspending.
Based
here,
on
but
what we know,
that's-
but based on what we know, I mean, but I just don't understand why I know I get if the DO is silent, but again, I've heard what I thought from self-supported management. The DO silent doesn't mean
You can't.
that there's zero. It just means it doesn't require any. So we could, you know, is it beneficial to have a minimum for all of our ponds? Well, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Should we be creating a standard across Gateway, i.e. our standard would be a minimum of 25%, no, you know, with a max of 50, not to exceed 80. Because if you were to look at all of our ponds where the DO is not silent, what do you think our littoral coverage is today, just on average?
Where it's not silent?
Yeah,
It totally depends on. It totally depends on the community. Just take for instance, Lake 84, that's next door. It's shared by Bristol Park. It has littorals all the way
yeah,
around.
I'm looking for, is there any way where you can say, if I were to look at all Gateway where the DO is not silent, the majority of those lakes have 30% littoral coverage? Or is
they
it,
have
or is
more
it
than
so
that.
all over the
Yes,
place?
they have more than that.
So they have maybe a minimum of 50% coverage today?
Yes, at least 50.
Anyone disagree?
What are you talking about?
If you were to look at all of the ponds that we have in Gateway where the DO is not silent, what is the average coverage of littorals? Elle said it's probably around 50%.
No way.
You
Not
don't think,
even-
you don't
Not
think?
even close. Not even close.
Okay,
No.
then you tell us.
Well, just let's take a lake, Cypress Cay. It's 2,000 lineal feet around it and the band is 10 feet. What does that work out to be?
There's, no,
2010,
No, it's
20,000?
no.
That's
Cypress Cay, there's only littorals on Lake 87 that borders on Griffin Drive and at the wetland at the backside of it.
Okay.
Lake 87 will not support littorals because we put rock so far up and so far down. I planted it twice. Not a single thing is living
Well,
in
I'm
it.
not looking,
I'm
I'm
not,
looking for a
that's
specific
So-
not the
flyer.
question I'm arguing about. The question, maybe I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said the ponds that have littorals represent
No,
30%?
No,
The
No,
pond-
no.
All of the ponds in Gateway,
76 ponds,
minus the ones where the DO is silent.
which is
What-
probably about
What's the
35
average,
or 40.
what's the average littoral coverage per pond? Elle said it's about 50%.
I'm
But all the
thinking,
ponds with the
I'm
DO silent,
thinking
Are
Hampton
you-
Park,
hold on,
Magnolia
are we
Lakes,
are we talking percentage of acreage or are we talking about percentage of
Linear.
lineal footage?
lineal footage.
just,
I thought you were talking
Yeah.
acreage.
Yeah.
I'm just trying
No,
to figure out, like,
no,
how much
no.
how much coverage do we have
Here-
today?
Here's, Doug, here's the one, and this is what started all this, is when Jessica Salzer was here, because she got pissed at me. That's what it was all about. And that's why the letter went to Fatima and she got it stuck back up here. You know what? She was wrong. This deal about the littorals is, she's just misrepresenting it. And I think Jim had called it out exactly for what it is. It's not what the development order says. And if it is so important, and Lee County, you write the standard, why did you say, one, it's not to be on residential backyards? And two, why did you say it's only to be 25%? If it's so good, when you say 75% or 100%, you didn't put that in there.
Well, that's why I'm trying to reach out to Jessica, because I want to understand.
I
what
don't
their
think
thought
she's in
process
that
is.
position now, because she's now on the
I think we
highways.
want to do what's best for the ponds.
Well, that's
right?
exactly
I mean,
right.
that's why we're all here.
Okay, well, here's where I'm going next.
Well,
Here's where I'm going
one last
next.
thing.
Show me the
One
water,
last-
hold on. Show me the water quality. Show me the water quality, any data anybody's got, to show me any pond in Gateway that has littorals has a better water quality than the ones that don't. What data you got to show that? Show me.
You're probably never going to be able to get that,
show-
because the water
They
moves freely.
flow,
all
and
around
then
the
also
community.
one goes to another.
That's
They're all
not-
interconnected.
go.
Is the
you-
argument,
but-
I'm trying to understand the argument. Is the argument littorals or not littorals? Is that what it boils down
Yes,
to?
that's exactly
That's what I'm
what
trying to wrap my head around, like,
I
what
think
do we-
that's what Jim was trying to point out.
Yeah.
The littorals are not what they're made out to be. I'll even go one step further to
Well,
prove
wait a
my
minute.
point.
Now
You
give
go
me
to
my-
any,
give me
hold
my-
on, go to any pond,
Hold on.
go to any pond that doesn't have upstream water. You're
You
wrong,
get
you're
one,
just wrong.
I'm used to being wrong. I'm married. So we'll go, let's take
Well,
another.
that's the case that we both are.
We talked, you talked early on about how much Pelican spends out there, and you're exactly correct. We spend a lot of money per year to maintain. But Pelican has not come near to the millions that we've already spent with lake bank restoration alone over here.
But Bob, we
Wait a minute, still my nickel,
inherited
still my
this.
nickel. Well,
It's not what we did, it's what we inherited.
I inherited the first 25 ponds when we started getting involved.
I'll give you the first 25 ponds for 25 years.
Okay.
That's what's killing us.
I don't disagree with that. I'm trying to make sure we invest our money wisely as we fix these, which I personally feel that the littorals is an integral part of that. But the first SRF loan it's costing our residents right now $98 a year to pay that one off. The next one, even if we only borrow $5 million for next year, 5 of the 7, that's going to add another $180 to the yearly, non-ad valorem. And that doesn't even, another $60. And that does not include the capital loan thing that we currently are floating, which will probably cost us another 180. So what I'm suggesting is our yearly non-ad valorem for the Gateway residents is really going to balloon next year. And we're only in phase 2 of spending money. Somehow, folks, we've got to figure out how to do this cheaper and what's going to protect what we invest.
And I think that's what we're doing by what we have done this year on the ponds, of cutting back, of going to full.
It's
rock
certainly a good
surface.
step.
I mean, but-
Absolutely.
Where I struggle is because we're gonna have to replace Silver Lakes. They have no littorals. We've had to do similar work in other ponds that have littorals. So
I did reach out to Steve, I reached out to Tetra Tech in regards to Silver Lake specific because they're we're going to their phase next. And I said, are we going to require them to meet the standards for 18? Are they going to keep the old development order, which is silent? What is the county requiring of us? What have you as the engineer put it out there? Because you are the one that needs to tell us. Do we need it? Is to prolong the life of the bank, or we don't need it? But if you tell that we don't need it, in 3 years, it looks like crap, I'm coming to you. If you tell me need it, then we're gonna do it because you're the engineer. So he called me and he just sent me an email at 2:30, which I forwarded to Laura so she can forward it to all of you guys because he sent it to the wrong email address. And he reached out to the county, and the county said that it's optional. If it's optional, and I guess the ball is on our court. If we wanted to by an engineer, if our engineer comes and say, look, I think it's gonna be beneficial, then we'll tell the engineer, okay, let's go ahead and do it and put the littorals in certain areas, not a whole all the way around, or you tell us where, you tell us why, and does it make sense, and then we'll go with it. So that's what our Tetra Tech told me, and then I got it in writing, and I forwarded to her, because
This is kind of
Steven,
a Gephardt logic, but if the ponds had been built by WCI, whenever, 25 years ago, and if they'd all had littorals, does anybody think we'd have the problems we have now with escarpment and washout?
Yes, for one reason.
I don't know.
For one reason.
I don't think so.
Soils. Soils are horrible. Soils are horrible.
But they
with
would,
our
they'd
runoff,
fall this much?
with our runoffs and the way the WCI designed ours, and to answer your question, we'd have the same problem. Nobody did
We don't have any
anything.
ponds here that don't need refurbishment.
This board didn't do anything for 25 years with these pond banks.
Completely
Nothing.
with you.
And
But we
that
got
killed us.
108 ponds, right?
No, we have 76.
76. Okay, 76 ponds.
And-
How many of them need replacement, refurbishment? All of them?
No, I think we ruled out about 13 ponds that really didn't even
Not a-
need to be
not a
addressed because
sizable
they
number.
weren't even following the rule that they had to have residential on it. Because we got ponds that don't have any residents on it. They're in the FPL easement or they're in commercial areas, that type
I
of stuff.
certainly hope we're not doing anyone.
So we rule those out, and we're not. But the issue is that this soil here is for crap.
Well, I got the same soil, so I'm with you there.
But I wished ours would have been built the way yours was. Ours weren't built that way. Good example, Walden Lakes. They were built at a 1-to-1 slope and their own standards. Our engineer, Johnson Engineering, sat here and told this board to approve the plans and the construction in those areas and the slopes 1-to-1. Ridiculous what we were told. And what does WCI do? They look the other way. They look the other
So
way.
what- So again, what do we need to look at in this standard to amend, update? I mean, are we comfortable having residents be able to call the district and say, hey, come remove littorals in my backyard? At what point do we go back to the HOA and say, look, we're gonna eat the cost to repair your lakes? If you don't have littorals, or if you.
The HOAs don't have anything to do with
Or
that.
if you know,
The
whatever.
HOAs don't have anything to do with it.
I think the
It's
engineer,
not in our
I think
standards.
this needs comes from the engineer. I think the next pond that is silenced, whatever pond that is, if the engineer believes that there's a need for, and he can explain that need, and then the county agrees to it, then we'll go with it. If he doesn't think there's any need, then there's no need.
Well, and I look at the ATM report and say to myself, okay, if we're gonna spend the millions to fix a pond, whatever, the least that we ought to get as a payback to the board for the investment is littorals for the future.
Let's show me, again, show me an engineer that will certify pond bank stabilization utilizing littorals. Show me one.
I don't think it's
Show me
all. I
one.
didn't say that need. It's not
No.
all. It's.
There's no engineer who'll do it. They won't take the risk.
Well, I just
They won't
told,
do it.
I just told you the conversation I had, and actually the conversation I had with Steven, and I mean, I wish he was here, if we could call him. I said, why don't you tell that to us at the board?
Is
He
there an
said, you own the
engineer-
ponds, you do whatever you want with it. I said, you tell us.
Is there an engineer that would certify the bank?
He didn't
and say,
finish the deal here.
Yeah.
Because asking
Don't
the
put
question,
littorals in.
asking the
Anybody
question
thinks-
I asking, now, will you certify it and take the risk? Oh, no, I'm not signing it.
But he's not signing the other way around either.
Yeah.
That removing is gonna be.
No, the work that we're doing right now, there's two issues. There are littorals and aeration, and then there is pond bank stabilization. Pond bank stabilization utilizing littorals is a waste of money.
Didn't ask for that. No one's asking.
No, I was gonna say, that's not what I want.
We're asking for when we
make-
stabilize the pond bank.
That's what I'm saying.
Put the insurance of littorals in there, an added Band-Aid to help.
Again, if you
knocks
have
the
the
waves
development,
down.
if you have the development order
now we're
that
going back.
allows it,
Okay.
Bob, I gotta follow the law.
I hear
And
you. Well,
Fredima's-
no.
Fredima's
Tony has
deal is
told
clear.
me, and Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the board increases or goes in excess of existing law, that we are legally, we can legally do that.
Our standard says. that.
Yes, and the question is whether or not we need to amend the DO with the county to do that, then we need to comply, and then if we want to change it, we need to go back and amend it to delete it.
But
That's
we
my
can.
recollection.
The point is, we can. later knowledge, we now know that, this is a better way to stabilize it. I just think, to protect the investment we're making, we ought to do that.
I'd be all interested. Alls I know is we tried that 5 years ago and it utterly failed. And it failed because of the soil.
All right, so let me get back to this, because again, I'd like to get home at some point tonight. Looking at the standard, other than, like, Bob, you'd like more littoral leverage. But with what's in here today, is there anything that's prohibiting us from being compliant with this standard? To getting our lakes compliant? Now, there's aeration, there's some other things.
Enforcement of the contractor. That's the.
I think that's key, enforcement of
That's
contract.
And that's something we have control over today. We have control over that enforcement. That's staff's responsibility. We should not be having that conversation.
We should not be having that conversation, but I guarantee you we'll be here 6 months from now having this conversation
let
because
me-
we
let
are
me
not
try and-
being forceful.
Let's try and button this up, because I'm with Doug, I let go. Is there a engineering firm that you know of that we could commission to do a study of our ponds comparable to the ATM?
No, but what I would do is go to some of the other people that have had studies done and preferably get somebody that knows Lee
Whoever,
County's
I'm just looking
standards.
for.
And what are we
I don't-
looking,
I
are we
don't
looking
know
for a stance on
study could we
littorals,
get?
aeration? I mean, what are we looking for a stance?
I'm looking.
I think all of the above.
A holistic
All the
approach to
above.
our ponds that makes recommendations of the things we should do. And if there's an engineering company that specializes in
Let's
this.
go out and
or
look
can do
around
it,
and talk to some people and see if we can
I
find some
don't
people.
know.
We're gonna be on the same boat as we were
And- but
on May
the
6th,
problem
when I
is-
asked, is this gonna be good enough? Here's another $17,000.
No, I
going down
think,
the
I
drain.
think
Well,
Jim
yeah, but
hit
if
the,
they come back and want littorals again, like this guy did.
I want the guy to
Then
come
we're
back, whoever you hire, I want that guy to read the same thing that Jim and I have read and then tell me to go do something that's in violation of the
There are
requirements.
two different questions. In violation of the OD, the
The
DO.
Because the DO can be augmented.
They're.
How?
That's what Tony said.
Yeah, you've got to get the people's approval. How you go do it?
You just
There'll
apply
be-
for a permanent
there'll be a groundswell if you try to change the development order.
How do you,
That's a different question.
No,
Is it the right thing to do?
Go ahead,
That's the
Tony.
thing that
No, you
makes
don't
it so
have,
micro.
no, you don't have to change the PUD. The PUD sets certain standards, minimum standards. If the board wishes to exceed the standards, the board has the ability to do that by applying for LDO amendment to Lee
LDO.
County. Then we have to comply with that LDO. If you want to later on go back and say.
and we don't
oh,
need any input on that, right?
Oh,
It's
no.
just,
Well, input mean, the board always takes input from the community.
I know, but what I'm saying, there's.
You don't have to listen to the community.
Okay. I was just,
I want to make sure that that's what it is. You don't have to listen to the community to change their development order.
The board has the ability to take action.
Yes, you do.
And how the board wants to
If
take the action is up to the board.
I don't want you to, I don't want you to get an email saying that I said I don't want to listen to the community. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
Well, but the
curious.
deal is,
I'm
I'm trying to tell you, I'm listening to the community and they're telling me, don't you change that development order and don't try to change it.
And if they sold you at the same time, and don't worry about doing the pond banks.
I'm sorry?
I'd be shocked if they told you at the same time.
No, the
don't
people,
do my pond
the
banks.
people in Gateway Greens, and I think the people in Silver Lakes, those two, and I think the people at Eagle Park are saying, when are you going to do mine?
Well, that's my whole point.
That's the
You
issue.
want the goodies, but you don't want the
Pay
pain.
for it.
I'm not,
Do you remember-
hold it.
You remember,
I'm not
I thought we were
hearing-
gonna get hung when we.
I'm not hearing
had our
anybody,
original budget.
I'm not hearing anybody, the ones that are complaining, this is what ticks me off about what goes on around here. The ones that are complaining are the ones who already got, I got mine, so you don't get
Oh,
yours.
believe me, I heard that.
Well,
And
we,
mine's-
Yeah.
we want our
my
pond like Tinkle's.
My-
Yeah.
and-
That's
and-
what
and
we
my-
want.
If I heard that once, I heard it 50
Okay,
times.
so
my
let's,
deal is-
let's wrap this up really quick. So do we feel, again, it doesn't seem like there's not any burning platform around our existing pond standard.
Any what?
There's no critical issues with the current pond standard that we have.
I personally feel they're too loose on littorals based on.
Right. The issue is littoral variance, which I think we probably gonna have to dig a little deeper in that, because I mean, personally, I don't know if I've seen enough that says no littorals, full littorals, how much impact that has. But I want to make sure at the end of the day, whatever we have in this document, this is the guide that staff's going to use on a daily basis. It's what we're going to set our standard with our vendors, and most importantly, as a board, we're going to adhere to this in everything that we do. Now, granted, we may not be, all of our ponds may not be here today, But I think we need to say in 3 years, or whenever that time period is, that we're gonna budget for aerators, we're gonna budget for whatever it is, and this is the standard that we're gonna all say, this is it. There's no variation. And
No,
this is
I
what we're
can't
gonna
agree
do.
with that because I disagree with the premise that pond should be, because of an existing deal or something, shouldn't have littorals. I do not think that is the right business decision.
But yes and no, because if we go and amend it, then this will be good enough for you, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
No, I was taking Doug at face value.
Yeah.
This is the document.
Yeah.
What?
No, that's
Okay,
not what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is whatever's in this document, whether it's what's in here today or, yeah.
Future.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, what I keep hearing is the littoral piece. And for me, I've heard it two different ways. One is we should have maybe more littoral variation. And is it right if we're gonna spend money on a pond and it have no littorals? Are we at risk? Are we throwing money away in that? And I can't tell you if that's true or not, because I haven't seen the data that says a pond with no littorals will have the same deterioration.
That's exactly what I am saying. I've been done as much on any ponds in this community as anybody. And I will take and even defer to your deal of the flowway. I'll go to the end of any of the flowways, to any of the ponds that have littorals, and the end to any ones that don't have littorals. And I'm telling you, the water quality is not any different.
And the other issue that we have, people coming in is saying, hey, I don't like littorals. I want the littorals in my backyard taken out. My DO says 35%. It might be at 55%. Our standards say that a resident can say, we request
twice a year.
And I don't know if that's something that we should be doing. I'm not in favor of that.
Well,
But
the one thing, Doug, that now we have done, that final we have done, is this meeting we're gonna have Monday, this pre-bid meeting. These contractors are now gonna hear two things. Not only that it's in the contract that you're going to do it, we're going to make you do it. That part they have never heard. And that's what raises and bothers me more than anything, Bob. You guys got eyes on the ground over there.
And hell is our eyes.
And we.
Well, she can't be at 75.
She can't be everywhere.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
But
The only thing I'd say about the Monday meeting is I would like the staff to be the doers of this and not one of us to be the meeting.
Oh, we can be at the meeting. I think
Well,
the issue is we don't talk at the meeting.
I'll come to the meeting, see you not talk, just to come.
I'll tell you one thing I want to make sure is this stuff that's happened here in the past, as far as I'm concerned, is why reason we have trouble. Staff didn't do their job. When we saw stuff being done or not being done, as the case may be, we allowed it to happen.
I'm where we are right now. But I would like to get I don't want to waste the money. I want a study that Mr. Tinkle doesn't take exception to and think it's true. Now, I don't know who does that. There's got to be somebody in this country that can do that.
I mean, the last thing we want to do is spend money on littorals if there's not a benefit there.
Yes.
But I don't want to keep repairing ponds if,
Because
we're doing it
the right guy. Who is the right guy?
Well, keep in mind, the repairing of the ponds is a requirement of the South Florida Water Management
No,
District.
what
We
I'm
don't
saying,
have any choice on
we're
that.
doing it at a very high standard.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing the ponds, at a very high standard. We don't have to do that because we're not putting the controls in place that are going to keep them sustainable for the next 20, 30 years.
Right.
That's my only issue. So I appreciate everyone's input today. I don't know what we got accomplished, but at least we had some conversation,
Lively
which is good. So
we had a
it's
pretty
nice to have a
normal
document.
You got me to go back in my Wayback Machines. I called to my emails in 2017. That's what you got me to do. The John Ferdima email.
Well, I read it, but I don't know what I read.
Okay. So, all right, 7 o'clock. I'll call the workshop closed.
Good.
So,
Yeah, but 2 minutes.